Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our ERA New Launch Showcase 2023, a specially designed series to share with you more about the upcoming launches this year. As more than 40 projects with 10,000 to 12,000 units are expected to come into the market this year, our New Launch Showcase is intended to be a one-stop webinar to give our ERA clients greater insight on these upcoming developments. Today, our industry experts will share more on 5 new launches slated for the first quarter of this year, right after Chinese New Year. The Botany at Dairy Farm, Lentor Hill Residences, Blossoms by the Park, Terra Hill, and City Food Nex. Each of these developments has its own unique selling points, and our aim today is to help you find the right property that best suits your needs. I would like to invite Doris Ong, our Deputy Chief Executive Officer of ERA Realty Network, to kickstart today's events. Doris oversees ERA's project marketing business unit at ERA and is responsible for leading strategic partnerships with property developers. With more than 20 years of experience, she is well-versed in both international and local property markets, from ultra-luxury private homes to suburban executive condominiums. Doris has an in-depth and current understanding of our residential real estate landscape. Under her leadership, ERA has become one of Singapore's premier project marketing agencies. Please join me in welcoming Doris. Over to you.
Thanks, Gofong. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our ERA New Launch Showcase. Well, we know that different buyers have different property needs. Some buyers prioritize price and quantum affordability. Others deem it essential to live near MRT stations. Family with young kids or children or school-going children often prefers to buy near good schools, and investors will be looking at the upside potential and rentability of a property. So here at ERA, we are glad to be able to be part of your property journey, having marketed more than 400 projects, and we have sold at least 55,000 new homes. ERA is one of the largest ERA has the largest property projects portfolio in Singapore. And if you are looking to buy a home, ERA will definitely have the dream home for you. 2023 is turning out to be an exciting year for all of us. There could be at least about 40 projects and about 12,000 units launching this year. So you probably will want to know what is a good buy. So today we'll be showcasing some of the projects for you and see which is the one that fits your needs better. And today is only the 15th January, 2 weeks to 2023. And yesterday we have already launched one mega project at Tanah Merah, the Seneca at Residence. And 60% of the launch unit, 60% of the projects has been sold. In fact, the 1 and 2 bedroom units have all been taken up already. I know all of you are excited to know what the new year holds for you, and we have lined up a series of exciting webinars to empower you to purchase your dream home. Today, we will be showcasing some of the projects which will be launching soon, and our speakers will be giving you first-hand insights into them. First up, we have Alex to speak on the Botany at Dairy Farm. With unblocked panoramic views and potential for capital appreciation, this could possibly be the new launch with the most attractive entry price in 2023. And then next up, we have Joel, who will be introducing Lentor Hill Residences, jointly developed by Hong Leong Holdings, Waco Land, and TID. It is a brand new development within walking distance to Lentor MRT stations on the Thomson East Coast Line. As Lentor is an up-and-coming estate, this development is definitely not to be missed. And Elfie and Charles will be speaking on Blossom by the Park, a development which captures the essence of work, live, learn, play. It is located in the sought-after One North area, which is a local, regional, and global center for technology and innovation. Jim will be sharing on Terra Hill, a development in the heart of the Greater Southern Waterfront transformation. In addition, it is freehold development, which is a rare find in today's market. We also understand that some of you may be looking to invest in something other than residential properties. Or you may be a business owner, looking for a food factory yourself. And today we'll be featuring City Food Nex, which is a freehold industrial food factory up for sale. And Daniel will be speaking more about it later. So I hope everyone will have an insightful time with us today, and do contact any of our ERA trusted advisor for more information on any of the projects.
Thank you, Doris. We would now like to welcome our first speaker of the day, Alex Lim. Alex is ERA's Executive Director of Agency and has vast experience in project marketing. Having led the launch for more than 10 projects over the years, he is also the project leader for the Botany at Dairy Farm. Not only does the Botany at Dairy Farm have possibly the best entry prices of 2023, it's also located in a private and serene enclave surrounded by greenery and good views. Without further ado, let me hand over to Alex to kickstart our webinars for today. Over to you, Alex.
Okay, thanks, Guo Feng. So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think today is a good Sunday. I hope you guys had your breakfast. So I think today to kickstart the event, I think at the new launch showcase by ERA, we really want to show you what are the exciting upcoming launches we're gonna have for you. Right, so starting the year, I think we need to start the year, right and excited. So every year, I believe everyone has a New Year's resolutions right now, right? So I think it's always good that you can take the new year, a brand new year, to always reach out to any of our ERA salesperson, to really go through your portfolio and hopefully, can plan forward for the future. Okay, I think without further ado, I'm going to jump right into, what's I'm going to share today, which is actually the Botany at Dairy Farm. Okay, so disclaimer, so a lot of sharings personally come from my own personal opinion as well. So from 16 years of experience, I'd like to share some of the insights and then how we actually analyze properties. Okay, so let me just bring you back a little bit in the 2022. So how was last year going for some of you? Okay, so for those who are actually holding on to assets, I think that's good, right? I think in terms of property, we did see a good run. And also in terms of all the projects and new launches, you do see a very, very strong take-up rate last year, okay, with a lot of projects crossing 70-80% in terms of the sales itself, okay. And also we do see a very increasing trend in terms of prices in the OCR. You can see that prices currently, its entry prices are actually in the 2001 per square foot onwards. Okay, so I think because of the cost of construction, because of inflation, I think moving forward, we're going to see more and more of such prices as the new what we call benchmark prices in the OCR, outside core region of Singapore, right? You can see Amo and Ang Mo Kio transactions are crossing 2001 per square foot, highest hitting even 2004 per square foot, right? We are now at the 98% sold. Okay, Skyden at Bedok also crossing the 2001 per square foot. Lentor Modern itself also crossing 2001. Okay, I think this is really to show you the appetite of Singaporeans and also the demand for properties in Singapore. Now, moving forward, what do we expect? Okay, in 2023. Okay, today we actually have a very low supply in terms of unsold new homes. I think this is the ever low in the last 5 years. Okay, so I think because property, you guys know, is all about demand and supply, right? So when there's low supply, you can see that the demand has always been constant or even increasing, right? This actually gives us a what we call a resilient market. So if you guys are looking to enter the market, you can actually ride this wave, right? Because it's all about demand and supply. With low supply, this actually props up some of the property prices as well. Okay, and what about upcoming launches, right? So this is a chart, to show you actually in the last 8 years, okay, the transactions for new homes are actually averaging around 8,000 units, on average. But you can see for last year, we had actually a very low transaction rate because there's no land supply, right? Around 4,000 over units. And this year, we also anticipate around 5,000 to 6,000 units. Okay, so all this, what does this mean to you, right? These are just numbers and statistics. What does this mean? This means that the demand is always at 8,000. When there's nothing for the buyers, when there's nothing for the market, this demand will actually spill over, and this is what we call the pent-up demand. So every launch that you see, at least for this quarter itself, you will see a very, very strong take-up rate just based on this pent-up demand itself. Okay, so not just demand and supply, not just demand. I think there are also other factors, that actually push up, and actually supports the real estate market. So what is it? Okay, population growth. So this is to bring you back a little bit of history, right? So, I believe a lot of Singaporeans, maybe they have overlooked such information. So these are the population white paper, in 10 years ago, that what the government has actually laid out for us, right? Previously from the 5.3 million, the government is trying to prop up what we call population to around the 6.5 to 6.9. So this is actually what is supporting, what we call the real estate population and real estate demand itself. So population growth really drives property prices. On top of that, right, we always say, hey, Alex, property price, is going up, but my income is not going up. But actually, it's not true. So if you really look at it, over the past 11 to 12 years, an average Singaporean median income has actually increased from median of 3,002 to 5,000. So this was the latest statistics we pulled out from last year. Okay, so 5,000 is actually the median income, and we as Singaporeans actually has increased income, right? So this is you can actually find this on the MOM, statistics itself. So not just population growth, not just supply, income, is actually also a very important factor, to actually to judge what is the affordability for Singaporeans. Okay, so talking about affordability, we have actually put out a chart, that actually stating that the average Singaporean household, for example, staying in a 4-room HDB, okay, $9,000 is the household income. Okay, why do I pull out these statistics? It's because end of the day, okay, based on our statistics, where we have more than 80% of buyers that are actually coming from the HDB upgrader market, right? So this is actually again the demand that supports, and to purchase, upgrade their lifestyle, right? So in terms of 9,000 household, we actually determine that the affordability, they can easily afford a $1.5 million property on average, right? So this is actually the median, which is the 50th percentile. Okay, so what this means is this, ladies and gentlemen, this is to show you that this is where the firepower is coming from. Okay, so this is the baseline, which means if you see anything below the 1.5 million mark, trust me, it will be wiped out from the market, right? So end of the day, statistics and numbers don't lie. You can see our previous launch, Seneca, all the 1-bedrooms are practically sold out, right? So all these low quantums are investable and palatable for many Singaporeans, okay? And also for the 5 rooms and above, you can see the affordability, in terms of the median affordability. Median means 50th percentile. We're not talking about the top 20th percentile, right? So just the 50th percentile itself, they can afford up to 2 million. So what this means is that anything again, from the 1.5 to 2 million, I think it will be easily accepted by the market itself. Okay, so in 2023, okay, we do see a rise in population. As you know, economy is opening up. In the 9th of January, there was a very big article as well, in terms of overseas, China reopening its economy. So these are again, news that, we like, right? Because as property, as asset holders, I think this is something that, we really like. Low supply, I think this is controlled by the government. So again, this year, I think supply is not going to be a lot. And ultimately, income growth is there to support prices. Okay, so I think this is just a very simple insight in 2023. I think if you want to get more in-depth details, I think it's always good that you can always meet up with your ERA trusted advisor. I believe they'll be able to share with you more insights and more in-depth, how the property market is. Okay, so let me just deep dive into the product of today. So my segment is actually the Botany at Dairy Farm. So I'm the project director for this project itself. And later on, my fellow colleagues will be sharing, some of the amazing projects they have as well. So the Botany at Dairy Farm, for those who are staying in the West, I'm not sure whether you can click the raise hand button on Zoom itself. If you guys are staying in the West, I think this is an exciting plot, that you guys can actually look out for. Okay, it's at Dairy Farm Road. So how do we judge whether this is a good product or not? I think some of the factors, that we look at, or some of the indicators we look at, is how many developers are actually bidding for the land itself. Okay, so there are around 7 developers, bidding for the land, that bidded, for the land itself, and of course, the Simlian, won the site. So This is the land itself, on the dairy farm, very near to the dairy farm nature park. Okay, so Sim Lian. So who is Sim Lian, right? So I think Sim Lian needs no introduction. Okay, they're really a household developer brand that every Singaporean already should know, right? So with more than 40 years of experience and track record, I think it needs no introduction. And of course, as a property, person, right? As an industry, a practitioner, every developer has their different styles. So what is Sim Lian famous for? Okay, if you ask property agents out there, what are they famous for? They're actually famous for its space. I think this is something that is really, really, one of the hallmark signature for Sim Lian itself. The layouts are very practical. Wow, later I'm going to show you some highlights. I think it will really impress you. And ultimately, they really give, what we call exquisite craftsmanship and finishes to their projects itself. Okay, so some of the track records, okay, some of the previous project, the recent swap launches will be like Treasure, at Tampines. I'm not sure whether you guys have explored that. We have Treasure Crest, Helion in the west of Singapore, the integrated development, some Lincoln Residences, Treasure Trove, Park Vera. So these are some of its track record. There's much more than this. Okay, the recent ones currently that's for sale. Okay, we look at the CCR Van Holland near to Holland Village. They have Sofa Regencies in the downtown District 9, and of course the Commodore. Okay, so these are its current projects that it's holding. Now, where's Botany? Right, Botany is along a dairy farm walk. Okay, so it's in the central west of Singapore. So we like to say central west because west is like in the far west. Okay? So we describe this as Upper Bukit Timah, the central west of Singapore itself. Now, this project, you can see it's actually just 9 minutes walk actually to the nearest MRT, which is Hillview. For those who are staying nearby, you guys know this Hillview. From this downtown line itself, straight all the way down to Marina Bay. Okay, so I think this is a very convenient spot. If you guys are looking to stay, somewhere that actually goes downtown, which is fast through the MRT lines, this is where you can stay, right? So this line itself, all the way, the 2 stops to Beauty World, and 3 stops to King Albert Park. Okay, and for those who drive, for me, I'm staying nearby. So every day, I'll probably have to drive past this Botany. So it's like, I'm very familiar with this place. So Botany, what I like about this is that I always drive past to access to BKE because it's the fastest way downtown. It's even faster than, I don't know, if I stay my mom is staying at Bukit Batok. So from Bukit Batok to town, I think compared to from here to town, the time is like, one day I take like 20 minutes. This one I take like 8 minutes downtown. So this BK is like the fastest ever you can get to town, right? So accessibility to expressway is very, very critical, especially for me. For those who drive, I think you will love this place. Okay, and also for those nature lovers, I think one of the major reasons why people buy into this location is because of nature, right? After a hard day's work, we just want to relax, just want to be near nature, just crossing the road, you can access the dairy farm nature park, climbing up the steps, which I really love, so it's really connecting back to nature itself. Okay, not just that, around the whole area, right, you have Chestnut Park, you can really just go there and explore. I think it's already open, so just go and explore, the parks, the what we call Bukit Timah Hill. This is really for nature lovers. So I'm a Westerner, I love the West. I just felt that because of all these greens, it really feels like at least like a 1 to 2 degrees lower in terms of temperature, right? So I just felt I'm a nature lover, right? So I love Botany because of this itself. Okay, so zooming down to the project, I think the Botany basically has 3 very beautiful panoramic views. Okay, so one, it's view A. Later I'm going to show you some photos of it, facing the north direction towards the landed properties. Okay, the other one is the B facing, which is facing more towards the Chestnut, park areas, the unobstructed view of the nature park. And of course, those that really love the views, you have a view C, which is actually facing towards Dairy Farm Nature Park and also Bukit Timah Hill itself. So just this is just a screenshot we took from Google Earth. So this is the drone view that we have, okay, facing the Chestnut landed. So I think this is a very, very beautiful view. For those who love the view, you can actually look into buying this view, right? So this is the good class bungalow area. Still considered a good class bungalow, and some landed estate over here. Okay, this empty plot of land, the land is not sold yet. Later I'm going to touch a little bit. it's only going to be a 1.4 plot ratio, which means it's going to be a low rise, okay? Maybe like 4 to 5 stories. So this is going to be a low rise, so you can ensure the higher floors, you still get this view itself. So who loves this view? You can put in a chat. I really love, to have this kind of unblocked views, to see nature. So this is view A. And this is how it gets. This is a artist impression, right? So some of the views, in terms of the view A itself, so unblocked in this direction, overlooking at Bukit Panjang and also some of the landed areas. Now, what about view B, right? View B is actually a Chestnut Nature Reserve. It's over here or slightly towards on my left a little bit, right? So this is the view of Nature Park. Again, this is unblocked, totally unblocked. And you also have the Dairy Farm Mall, which is up and coming. Okay, BK, of course, it's hidden, but this is where, every day I drive to work is down here. And of course, on the right-hand side, you can actually access the dairy farm from here. And of course, we are right next to the German European International School. Okay, so this is view B for those who are the view lovers. And of course, this is the view to die for, right? So this is view C, from the higher floors, you'll be able to see Bukit Timah Nature Reserve, right? So in the morning, it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like Genting Highlands, with all the all the mist and everything, right? So all the condensation, you can see all the mist, the morning mist, the morning dew. It's really, really nice and beautiful. But if you are facing this view itself, okay, so this is the more towards the southern view, which is view C. Okay, so this is some of the view highlights in terms for Botany. Now, some of the rundown, some of the summary of what is the project information. So the Botany is by Simlian. So it's a 99-year leasehold. It comprises of 5 blocks. Okay, so 5 blocks, a total of 386 units. Okay, so expected TOP probably in the next 4 years to come. Okay, so it's what we call more like a medium to large development. So I think it comes with a full condo facilities. Okay, so later I'm going to show you some of the facilities that we have. Okay, in terms of the site coverage, the project itself, it actually stands only 30% on the land, which means 70% is actually more for landscaping itself. Okay, so a lot of greens and greenery in this development itself. Okay, with basement car parks, 4 EV charging points. Architect, it's a MAN Architects. Okay, main contractor, Simlian themselves. Okay, so what is the architect's design concept? So the architect's design concept is basically more like floating terraces, with buildings inside the terrace itself, right? So you can see, cantilever, residential inside, terraces with this kind of curvy lines. Okay, so this is the design concept for what we call Botany. So when you're at Botany, you will be able to see somewhat, architecture along these lines itself. Okay, and also you can see they want to put in, the human elements inside nature, right? You can see, resting areas, platforms, you can see cascading waterfalls, So this is how the concept, the architects want to envision, for Botany. So in terms of the color scheme, a little bit more towards the gray and metallic, color tones, inside nature. Okay, so I can say that it's really going to be very beautiful. Okay. Also coming with a glass, right? So I think glass makes it a little bit more modern, in terms of its contemporary design. So you get a little bit of glass, a little bit of lines inside this greenery and nature. Okay, so this is probably how it looks like. So with glass, probably can illuminate at night, right? So the evening skies will be really modern. So I think this is going to be a very majestic project, overlooking the landed, overlooking the nature view, in terms of the exterior. And they also have this grand, what we call the standalone grand clubhouse. Like what I mentioned, you want the architects want that, living inside nature. So you can see, this kind of a second story, what we call resting areas, function rooms, the gymnasium facing, the water feature and the swimming pool. Okay, so I think this again, brings about, what we call the combination between the outdoors and the indoors and nature. Okay, all the barbecue pavilions are all around the swimming pool areas, for you to actually enjoy. Okay, and I also like the grand arrival, right? I think buying a condominium is a lifestyle change, and I think we want the best out of it. So I really love arrivals, because this is where we impress, our friends, our guests. So you can see we have very nice grand arrivals. You can see very nice leading lines that looks like these floating terraces, so it's really what we call an airy atmosphere. So this is how the grand entrance and drop off looks like. So in terms of the units, there it comes with a 1+ study all the way to 5 bedrooms. So I think this project is going to be interesting. We do have investable 1 bedrooms for those who are looking to invest. For those who are looking for own stays, I think 2 to 4 bedrooms are really good sizes. And of course, the very rare 5 bedrooms. Okay, so 5 bedrooms is something that it's really not easy to find in the market. Okay, so for those who have, of course, the ability, I think this is really going to be an interesting buy with 1,005 square feet. Okay, so this is where you can actually buy and enjoy 5 bedrooms itself. It's really unimaginable, but I think we only have 14 units for that. Okay, so you can see this development is geared towards the own stay market. You can see the 2, 3, 4 bedrooms can stand a larger percentage. So 3 bedrooms, 800 over square feet to 1,000 over square feet. So I think the size is really good. So in terms of the site plan, this is the overview of it. So guys, if you think I'm going too fast, it's always good you reach out to any of our ERA advisors. I believe they can spend the whole 2-3 hours to slowly explain to you, what are the facilities, where is it coming from. But I just want to give some overviews of this. So you can see we actually only have 1 stack that is the 5 bedrooms. Okay, so it's a really rare stack which I mentioned about. And of course, we have 4 stacks, 1, 2, 3, 4, which are the 4 bedrooms. Okay, so down here. Okay, what I like about this project is that the when buyers buy, they will say, hey, Alex, where is the substation? Where is the bin center? So just let you know, the substation and bin center for this project is really thoughtfully designed by Simlian, that they would have put it in the basement, right? So this actually solves a lot of concerns. Okay, so again, we want to buy something in lifestyle, all these things are required, but we want it out of view, right? So it is all in the basement. So we do not have any units that are facing this. And I think that they deliberately put the tennis court right far away from all your residential, right? So again, you really don't get that kind of noise that you don't want, but yet you get to enjoy a tennis court. Okay, so they have 1 pool, 2 pool, 3 pools, and a kids children's pool itself, and an amazing great lawn here, right? So there is a great lawn where you can do yoga, you can do your tai chi really down here. Okay, there's also a jogging track around here, but I think this area if you buy, I think the jogging track is you can just jog on nature park, you can just jog the green corridors. I think that'll be great as well, but it still comes with the jogging track. Okay, so this is how it looks like from the top view. So full condo facilities with basement car parks. Okay, 5 blocks. Okay, you can see it's deliberately designed for natural cross ventilation, and most of the units are all towards the north and south facing. Okay, you can see that they deliberately created, in terms of the views to be more towards the north and south facing, with the 4 bedrooms, facing the east, where you actually face Chestnut direction. Okay, so I think again, we want all units to enjoy beautiful views. Okay, so this is how the development looks like from the top view itself. So I can't go in depth on this, but not to worry. You can always request, your ERA, advisors to send you, which unit you prefer. Okay, so some of the quick highlights. I cannot put in all the floor plans, but I just want to pull out some so that you know how it looks like. So our 1 bedrooms, you can see the 1+ study. It comes with a study. So today work from home is important. So coming in, for those who want a work from home culture, we do have a study down here, and all units come with a balcony, right? So a balcony shows that you have space. Okay, so 1+ study with a closed concept master room, right? So open concept kitchen. So this is the 1 bedroom layouts, averagely 500 over square feet in terms of its size. So this is the 2 bedroom. Let me see. Let me see. 2 bedroom. Yes, a 2 bedroom. So you have master here and the common room. So all the common rooms can fit a queen size bed. So isn't that amazing? So you can actually put in a queen size bed, and this is what we call a dumbbell layout, which means the living and dining is in the center. You have 1 bedroom on the left, you have 1 bedroom on the right. So what does this mean? This gives a lot of exclusivity, to the person staying inside, right, to the occupants. And this is a very famous layout and is really in high demand. So these are the trending layouts, especially for the past 2 years. I think everyone is really looking into this, what we call, butterfly layouts, if you call it, dumbbell layouts, if you call it, so again, this gives it exclusive privacy when you are staying here. And also it has a closed concept kitchen, right? You're able to, close up it yourself. It's all here in the corner. So this is a 2 bedroom layout. Okay, and this is the 2+ study, right? So for those who want the extra study, you can have it here. Or if you want the luxury of a walk-in wardrobe, right? From like ladies like my wife, they like walk-in wardrobes. You can also create this to a walk-in wardrobe, right? It depends on whether, which style you want. Again, the layouts, left and right, you have your master and a kitchen hidden here. You can actually close it up, if you want to. Okay, so a very, very practical space of layout, 700 over square feet on average for a 2+ study. The 3-bedroom coming in, okay, you can see 1, 2, 3 rooms. The 2 bedrooms and the second and third bedroom, each they can put in their queen size bed. Of course, you can put in a king size for your master, right? So coming with a balcony, a kitchen left and right, and it comes with a yard. Okay, so at least you have somewhere to actually dry your clothes. Okay, so this is a 800 over square feet on average its size to 1,000 over square feet. So this is the 3-room layout. The 3 premium layout, of course, the size is slightly bigger with a bigger yard and also comes with a home shelter, right? So for those who want the extra storage, you can actually get the 3-bedroom premium. I think the majority of the space comes in from the yard, the storage, and a little bit more walkway room, right? So to make this space a bit grand, right? When you come in, you have more space. Okay, so this is a 1,033 square feet layout in terms of 3 premium. Okay, and the 3 flexi, the developer's quite flexi because there's one extra study here, this flexi room, where you can actually also, convert it to either a storage if you want, or it can still remain as a study. Okay, so this is a flexi room, similar size to the 3-bedroom premium. Okay, so for those who want this extra room, really for the work from home culture, you guys can actually explore the 3-bedroom flexi layout. Now, what are the 4 bedrooms? I think 4 bedrooms today, I think it's sizable at 1,270, because we do see 4 bedrooms as shrinking. But I think for Simlian, as mentioned, they want to provide, really practical and good and effective spaces. Okay, so for the 4 bedrooms, on average is 1,270 square feet and above. You can see it's horizontal and wide, balcony. So this is something that a lot of buyers like, the longitudinal kind of living and dining, where you can actually have a very long balcony, so that you can actually have perfect views right from here. Okay, it also comes with the island, like the dry kitchen island countertop. Okay, the wet kitchen, it comes with the yard and also the utility. So I think this is a fully functional and practical for those who are looking for own stay. You need space. I think this is the layout that you should really look into. Okay, the second and third bedroom, big enough for queen size bed as well. Okay, and we have also the 4th bedroom down here. Okay, now the master, okay, coming in, the master, okay, again, I think it's big enough for king size bed. So a total of 4 bedrooms for this size, 1,270. We only have 4 stacks, so we have very limited 4 bedrooms in terms of size, if you want to look at. And I think what we call the holy grail, right, the best, the biggest layout that everybody likes is this 5 bedrooms. And ladies and gentlemen, this will be, okay, definitely going to sell out in the first day, so this is, we only have 1 stack of it. Okay, so if you can afford, of course, work out your numbers, please don't overstretch yourself, work the numbers with our ERA salesperson, that 1,539 square feet, this is the 5 bedroom in the mega layout. Okay, you can see with the living and dining, very long, I love this rectangle layout. It also comes with the island dry kitchen and also the wet kitchen with a yard behind. Okay, so similar to the 4 bedroom, it has all this space. And where's the 5th bedroom located? So the 5th bedroom is actually the junior master ensuite, which is the other side, not near to this 1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms. The 5th bedroom is on the other side, right? So if you have a kid or a teenager that really wants that, exclusivity, they can actually take up this junior master. Okay, of course, the other rooms are big enough for queen size beds, not a problem. Master room, king size bed. So this is the 5 bedroom layout. So if you guys really want this, please reach out to us. Okay, so I think this is the some of the summary in terms of the floor plans. We have more than this, but I think I don't have the luxury of time to go through everything. But overall, starting from the 1+ study all the way to the 5 bedrooms. Okay, so one of the key highlights for the Botany at Dairy Farm is that it is 9 minutes walk to the MRT. Okay, the 8 minutes drive to Stevens. This is really a shortcut to me, escaping all the traffic. Okay, it's also right next to the Dairy Farm retail. There's some F&B and supermarket, okay, just next door. and surrounded, of course, by greenery and nature. Okay, so this is what I love, to exercise in the evening or in the morning. Urban transformation potential, later I'm going to show a little bit. Okay, reputable developer. We want a developer who has experience, now with more than 40 years of experience, I don't think anything can go wrong. And of course, layouts are very important, okay, because we are buying this for our own stay mainly. Okay, now what is the comparable market analysis, the nearby? What is the comparables? If you're looking for Botany, what are the things that you can look out for as well? Actually, there isn't much really. Okay, so the star is where dairy farm is, okay, the Botany. Now, the next door dairy farm, it's a swap project. Even at Midwood, which is at Hillview, is also sold out. So that's why we say that this year is going to be again a low supply environment. The Verdale at Bukit Timah, for those who are familiar, is also sold out. Okay, we are only left with probably Foret, which is quite a distance, right? But again, it's 99% sold. Okay, with its entry price of a 2-bedroom, 1.7 million and above. Because this is the only stock we have in this whole area. Daintree, Vietnamese, everything is sold out already. Okay, so I think in terms of comparable, that's why we can see why would the Botany be a strong take-up rate is just because of the economics, right? Demand and supply. There's no supply, moving forward. Now, where and when will the supply be? Rolling out. Okay, it will not be this year. Okay, probably the next 3, 4, 5 years to come. There are actually 6 different plots that have not been launched. Okay, I think government will plan it in the next 10 years to launch. It won't be launched like next year or 2 years. So in the next 10 years, probably there will be launches in terms of land. And what this means, this means that all these new developments will actually transform the location to make it a little bit more vibrant, right? Because if you are driving there, you will see currently there's only like tree house, forest, on the right hand side, and this whole plot itself is like a brand new location. Okay, so this is going to bring a lot of vibrancy, and every new project, as moving forward, it's going to push up prices inch and inch, bit by bit, and this will give you the advantage. If you're going to buy the Botany, you can ride on this transformational potential. Now just imagine you're the first to buy Tengah. Just imagine you're the first to buy Punggol, right? So these are the value that you will get moving forward. And also in terms of the government land sales in the OCR, we do see a trend. So you can see we probably be expecting dairy farm to be less than 2,000 per square foot. So if you guys want to buy something affordable, I think the Botany will be one of your last chances to get your hands on something below this price range. Okay, so because moving forward, everything else is going to be more than 2,001 per square foot and above already. Okay, so I think this is a chance for you to really look at it. Okay, relook into your portfolio this year, how you can actually leverage on this and profit from this. Okay, so again, I think Botany is going to be a good buy, and I think you can actually start early because there is this what we call developers pricing strategy. So why do every time we say agents, why do we ask you guys to look towards buying a new launch? It's not because we want to buy something new and things like no. It's because we understand we want to add value towards your property wealth creation. Okay, why? Because developers usually have this pricing strategy. Every time they launch something, okay, whenever it's sold, example maybe 25% or 50%, the developer actually starts to increase their price bit by bit, right? Because when things start to sell, there's lower supply, prices start to increase, cost of construction increase, inflation increase. That's why by the time it TOPs, I think you made a good profit just from this alone. So that's why we always say that buy in early, okay, at the lowest entry price for the maximum potential. Okay, so again, we are on this line for the past 16 years. I think every year, we do see the same trend. So I think it's something for you to really look at it. Okay, so for those who are really keen on this, okay, we are targeting to open for our VIP preview this coming 18th of February after the CNY period, after the Chinese New Year. So if you want to be part of the action, I think just text any of our ERA advisors, let them know that you want to explore visiting the show flat, and I believe that we will be able to fix an appointment for you. Okay, so I think that's all I have. I've come to the end of my session. I hope you guys had a fruitful insight on what Botany is, and of course, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. Yep. So thank you so much, and I will put it back to Guo Fong, and then for the next speaker. Yep. Thank you, and have a good day ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex, for sharing more on this exciting upcoming development at Dairy Farm. As Alex mentioned, preview is expected to start on 18th of February. So please reach out to the ERA salesperson who invited you here today for your viewing slot or for more information as the developer releases more info to us. Okay, we'll be back at 11 a.m. for our next segment on Lentor Hill Residences. Located just beside Lentor Modern, which has sold more than 500 units at its launch, Lentor Hill Residences is expected to see very strong response as well. So stay tuned and we'll be back at 11. See you. Welcome back to our ERA New Launch Showcase 2023. If you have just joined us, a very good morning, and we have 4 more exciting new launches in the first quarter of 2023 to share with you today. Each of these developments has its own unique selling points, and our aim today is to help you find the property that best suits your needs. Up next, we have ERA Group Division Director Joel Chu to share more with you about the upcoming Lentor Hill Residences. We have already seen strong interest in this location at the recent Lentor Modern, where more than 500 units were sold on the first day. Lentor Hill Residences is expected to be equally sought after, and I'll leave it to Joel to share with you why. Over to you, Joel.
Thanks, Guo Fong. Hi, good morning, everybody. Wow, Chinese New Year is just around the corner, and I hope you are really well prepared for this weekend. Okay, so thank you for tuning in today. This session, I'm going to share with you more about Lentor Hills Residences. Okay, before I start, probably just a short intro about myself. My name is Joel Chu. Well, who am I? I'm a practitioner, consumer, and a parent as well. So this is my boy here, okay? I'm in the real estate since 2007, and that's about 16 years in the industry. Okay, a certificate in SIHA, ACTA, which is proficiency in training for the industry. Multiple award winners in sales achievement, leadership achievement. Currently, I'm leading a team of 90 people, company and group level trainer. Okay, project director in multiple sites. Being the most recent will be the Canning Hill Piers, which is our former Liang Court. Okay, so before we start, let me ask everybody a question. What do you think is the #1 reason for everyone to make money? Sorry, can you all see my slides? No problem, right? Oh, okay, cannot see my slide, is it? Can okay. Yeah, so what is the #1 reason for a property to make money? Okay, so we have okay, so the answer for me, I feel, okay, is demand. Whether is it leasehold, whether is it freehold, whatever kind of property, I think demand is the key for everything. Okay, if there is no demand, no matter what kind of pricing, no matter how good your product is, nobody is going to buy from you, right? But if there is strong demand, it doesn't matter what kind of pricing, the pricing will just go towards the direction of the demand. Don't you agree with me? So next question I'm going to ask is, what actually creates demand? Happy living, right? I mean, whether you, I mean, the place you stay there, right, must be happy. You must be happy staying there. Hence, if you're happy staying there, a lot of people are happy staying there, that will be the demand for that location or for that development. And of course, it's making money, right? Whether is it investment or whether is it for own stay, ultimately, I think this is the biggest asset that one may purchase. So making money to a lot of people is pretty important if it's not the most important, I would think that is like the second most important, right? So that's why I have this tool, which, so today's topic, right, I'm going to go along this line that to share with you actually these two important factors that will create demand. So happy living and making money. But let's look at happy living. What actually constitutes happy living? Environment, don't you agree? Very nice environment, lifestyle. You have the kind of nice greenery, nice, I would say very airy, good view around you, not just like when you step out, you see a lot of high rise and it's all buildings blocking right in front of you. So I think that is the kind of environment that will give you a happy living. Of course, the most important is location, right? Everybody is always talking about location. When, you know, when we want to go and search for a property, you will first look at the location. So after location is right, then we talk about other factor. So if you have these two, I mean, naturally, you will make money. Do you agree with me? I hope you agree with me. So this, yeah, because if you have these two important factors in the development, in the property, I mean, that will have demand and hence the money will just come. Okay, first of all, let us look at what, okay, let's look at good environment, yeah? So Lentor Hills residences, what kind of environment it will be in? And does it actually fit the bill of a good environment for a good living, for a happy living? Okay, heartland living, where the familiar meets the future. So this is the tagline by URA that they're going to have this as a vision for your Lentor Hill estate. So some brief intro about Lentor Hill estate. It's actually a new neighborhood conveniently located near the upcoming Lentor MRT station, and it's planned around an existing hill lot. So it will feature new parks, seamless pedestrian and cycling connectivity between Teachers Estate and Lentor MRT station, as well as commercial amenities to serve the community. Okay, so this is the whole Google Earth, okay, the satellite view of the Lentor Hill estate. So you can see it's quite actually a big plot, which is a new neighborhood that the government is going to develop in this estate. Okay, so what is actually the visions of the government for this estate? It's important to know the vision so that we will know, we can know what to expect. You know, when this whole neighborhood is up, we will know what kind of environment we will be looking forward to. So first, it's going to be a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. It's going to have good connectivity to public transport. Provide a mix of high-rise, medium-rise, and your landed housing options. New amenities, large greenery. And I think the last one is important. Proposed developments to be well integrated with the greenery of the future Hill Lot Park and the green fingers extending from the park. So it shall be largely landscaped to enhance the overall sense of greenery in the area and include an attractive living environment that promotes an active lifestyle. Wow, by actually looking at this clause, I really can imagine what kind of environment that this new Lentor Hill estate is going to be like. Okay, let me show you more example to give you to look at some visual. Okay, so first of all, there is actually some guideline for developers to build a development there. So one of the guidelines is the boundary treatment. Okay, so levels of the development within a 10 meters building setback shall match the levels of the green fingers seamlessly as far as possible. No external facing retaining walls allowed within a 10-meter setback along the sides, fronting the future Hill Lot Park and green fingers. So what does this actually mean? So this is a perspective. okay, view from Linear Park towards Hillop Park. So you can see that this building here, right, this development, they seems to be like inside a park. You don't feel there's any barrier, you know, in between. It's a very seamlessly connecting the greenery outside towards the development landscaping as well. So it really feel very nature, living in the nature, very close to the nature. So I think that is the kind of environment that the government has vision for. Okay, what else? So along Lentor Hills Road, they will also state that no external facing retaining walls are allowed within the road buffer, and the level differences shall be mitigated by landscape berms whenever possible. Okay, so this is the kind of landscaping outcome that they suggest, you know, to have this green, you know, outside your fencing, your boundary, to make it really seamless. So you cannot have any retaining walls with the external facing. And it should also be visually porous, so the large landscaping is visible. So you can see that they have this boundary fencing, right? It's a railing, and then on top you have your glass. So it's actually, that's what it means by visually porous. And the design, most importantly, needs to be well integrated with the landscape design. Solid walls are not allowed. So more example of your porous boundary fencing. Okay, so this is another perspective, okay, of a Lentor Hills estate. It's just a draft, you know, artist impression that you can see from the URA website. So this is how it should be like. You see a lot of like green, even like the rooftop of the building, you see green, a lot of landscaping all around it. So by now you should know one of the environment that you will be staying in is expecting to have large greenery, right? So, but why this kind of concept? This is actually to match whatever that is already existing there. Look at this map. So this red dot here, of course, is a Lentor Hill estate. But what about all this green patch? What is all this? These are all your nature. Okay, so you have your Thompson Nature Park, Windsor Nature Park, Upper Seletar Reservoir Park, Upper Pierce Reservoir Park, and Marichi Reservoir Park. So can you see that this is a whole patch? You are just right next to the nature. So how can you not to, you know, enjoy this kind of living when you are there? This kind of environment, it will just make you feel happier, you know, when you step out of your house, fresher air, right? And there are almost 30 hectares of the Lentor forest. Wow, look at the trees. And that's not all. Government decide, okay, I'm going to build more, okay, nature park. So there will be an upcoming Teachers Estate new nature park, which is about 7.6 hectares. Okay, it's near Upper Thompson and is completed to be completed by 2024. Okay, an existing forested area at the site will be conserved and included in the park, which will have a nature play garden and therapeutic garden. The park will also link the catchment nature reserve to Lower Seletar Reservoir, which is here, linked all the way. Okay, so this is artist's impression of the new Teachers Estate Nature Park. So if you are really a nature lover, I think by now you should be falling in love with this estate already. Okay, so with all the greens, right, how can it not be cooling and airy? Don't you think so? But to make it, you know, to just make it more, to confirm, you know, to have this very good airy living environment. Later I will share with you what is the plan that the government has for the developer. But first, let's look at the cool temperature, okay? This is a map of the temperature in Singapore that I gotten yesterday. So you can see that Lentor is around this location. Okay, and you can see it's slightly yellow, lighter yellow. So your temperature, right, will be somewhere between 25 to 25.5. So generally, you can see it's actually a cooler place compared to your lower part of Singapore. Okay, so cool temperature, I think, is a given if you stay in this location. Okay, this is something important that I found. Okay, so you can see why do I say it's an excellent cross ventilation? What map is this? What is this whole thing? Hey, this whole map is your whole Lentor Hill estate, the one that I show you, the new neighborhood that's going to develop. So Lentor Hill Residences is actually this plot. Okay, so all these are the rest of the plots, but you can see this red thing, right? It's actually showing you a wind flow direction. So the government actually wanted the developer to do this wind flow analysis to ensure that there is no blockage. You know, there isn't any like barrier for the whole wind flow from one end to the other end. So all the building, when they build the design, they must follow the guideline of this analysis. So of course, this is just one of the sample that they give. It may not be the final one. However, it just gives you an idea that this is what the outcome that they must have. Okay, they must allow wind flow through the building. So you can see the wind flow can flow in through here, all the way here, and go in. So it must be, the cross ventilation must be excellent. So by just looking at this, you have full confidence that the development that you're going to stay here will actually be very airy, right? Okay, so we share about tranquility, we share about greenery in this location, but come to think of it, whenever you come across a location, right, that give you a lot of tranquility and a lot of greenery, right, usually, most often than not, right, they are ulu, right, which is inconvenient. Yeah, I mean, frankly speaking, you think about it, can you name me some location that you has both tranquility and greenery, and yet you find that it's super convenient? Is there such a location in Singapore? Share with us in the chat. Okay, so for Lentor Estate, it was the case. Okay, it really was the case. Tranquility, you have greenery, and it's indeed quite ulu. It's quite inconvenient. So to some of my friends, right, they don't even know where is Lentor. Okay, but today's session, I hope that you all can have a new understanding of this location, Lentor. Okay, because of the development that's going on, the transformation that's going on in this location, that makes this statement no longer correct. Okay, so when we talk about good location, what comes to your mind? I think the first thing is connectivity, right? So connectivity, there are two portions. One portion is you are commuters, you take public transport. Okay, and next one is you drive. Okay, in terms of by driving, what is connectivity good enough as driving? So we will be looking at two aspects here for this location, and whether Lentor Hill Estate can be considered having good connectivity. So what is considered good connectivity? Let's look at this. Do you think that Holland area is considered having a good connectivity? Can you type in the chat room and share with me? Do you think Holland is considered having good connectivity? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of people agree with me that Holland is considered having good connectivity. Very good. So let's look at how connected is Holland. Okay, so this is actually taking from Google Map. I do a search. If from Holland Village MRT station, okay, I would like to travel to Raffles Place MRT station. How connected am I? How fast can I reach Raffles Place? Okay, I use the timing as a normal weekday working timing. So this is 16 Jan, which is on a Monday, 8:30, assuming I need to go to work. Okay, so how long can I reach there? 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes by train and 24 minutes by car. Okay, so if Holland is a well-connected and a good location, which means that 24 minutes drive and 30 minutes by train during a working hour is a good benchmark, as a good consideration for people who wants good connectivity, who wants a good location. Is it fair for me to say that? Okay, then next, let's talk about Orchard. Okay, shopping belt. We just take Ion. Okay, so if let's say from Holland, I want to go Ion, how fast can it take me there? So, okay, I also do the same timing, okay, to be fair. So it's a good comparison. It looks like driving is so much faster, 60 minutes now, okay? But in terms of the public transport, actually, it's not very big difference. It's 29 minutes. Okay, interesting. So now let's look at Lentor. Okay, Lentor to Raffles Place with the same timing. Okay, 8:30 on a Monday. Okay, let's recap. So Holland to Raffles Place, 24 minutes by car and 30 minutes by public transport. So if let's say now I'm going from Lentor, how connected am I? 30 minutes by car, okay, not too bad. And 34 minutes by public transport. So technically, Lentor is just an additional 6 minutes drive and additional 4 minutes by public transport to Raffles Place. And what about Ion? Holland to Ion is 60 minutes by drive and 29 minutes by public transport. So from Lentor, drive, it seems a bit further, much further. It's an additional 10 minutes by drive. However, interestingly, public transport is actually faster. You has a 6 minutes reduction in time to go Orchard compared to you are in Holland. Wow, looking at these stats, don't you think that Lentor is not Ulu at all? It's so much nearer to Ion when you take the public transport. Isn't that amazing? I think this is like a wow. You know, when I was looking at the stat, I was like, wow, it's a bit unbelievable. So that's why I say today, I really want you to have a new understanding of Lentor location. Okay, but why is this possible? Why is this possible that Lentor, you sure is nearer to Orchard? This we really have to thank the government for Thomson East Coast Line. Because of the Thomson East Coast Line, it really brings us so close, you know, to the places that's along this line. Okay, so this is the brown one will be your Thomson East Coast Line, okay? And Lentor will be right here. So you can see, later I will show you more on the map of what is it. But because of this line, right, traveling to Orchard past last time needs about 45 minutes. But now you only need about 22 minutes for the train ride. You can see how amazing this line is and how much it actually helps this location. Okay, so a bit more like, okay, you can go to Stevens, you want to go Raffles, you want to go, you have kids going to Chinese girls' school. I mean, you can just take the train now for 12 minutes. And Botanic Garden, Glen Eagle, 14 minutes, right? Tanglin Mall, Camden Medical, Ion Orchard, Wheelock Place, only 18 minutes train ride. And Great World City, 20 minutes. Right, so you have your Havelock, you have Outram Park, you need to go to SGH, you need to go to Outram area, 24 minutes, right? And Shenton Way, where all your CBD area, 27 minutes now to just reach the CBD, or Marina Bay in 29 minutes, and Gardens by the Bay within half an hour. So this whole Thomson East Coast Line really, it really improved the connectivity a lot in this location. And you can see that not only that, there is also with the Cross Island Line coming up, in the long term, denser network will join up all the neighborhoods and facilitate inter-town connectivity as well. So journeys to the city and across the island will be supported by Thomson East Coast Line and the Cross Island Line. So you can see it's all connected. This is the whole Ang Mo Kio area. Okay, it connect you towards Yishun, towards the Seletar Hills, Serangoon, Long Tran. So this whole place will be well connected in the long run. So that is for your public transport. What about for people who drive? This is another godsend. You know, North-South corridor. Do you know how amazing is this North-South corridor? When I was doing my research on the whole North-South corridor, it really blew my mind. Like how it has bring the south to the north, you know, within such a short distance. It's amazing. So today I really want to share a little bit more on North-South corridor to let you have a better understanding how this will really benefit the connectivity for north to south, how people can really benefit from this. Okay, so North-South corridor is supposed to be expected to complete by 2027. And it's Singapore's first integrated transport corridor featuring dedicated bus lane and cycling trunk routes. Commuters will benefit from faster bus journeys and express bus services. Cyclists will benefit from the dedicated cycling trunk routes into the city. And pedestrians will enjoy wide and shaded walking paths along the corridor. Okay, let's look at a short video about the North-South corridor.
Imagine a greener future in a city with fewer cars, where walking, cycling, and riding public transport is the Singaporean way of life. Let's set the wheels in motion to our future. A future with smoother journeys made possible with the North-South corridor, connecting towns in the north to the city centre. The North-South corridor allows city-bound traffic from the north to ease in the morning during peak hours. In the evenings, homebound traffic is reduced. The North-South corridor runs parallel to the Central Expressway and will help ease heavy traffic on the CTE as well as the nearby Thomson Road and Marymount Road. Look forward to a smoother commuting experience with the North-South corridor. Oh, and do you know that the North-South corridor was originally conceived only as an expressway? Motivated to build a walk-cycle-ride future, it's been redesigned into our first integrated transport corridor with dedicated bus lanes and cycling trunk routes, moving us a step closer to our Land Transport Master Plan 2040 vision. A cleaner and greener land transport system and a higher quality of life for generations to come. With the longest transit priority corridor, incorporating a mix of bus priority solutions, such as continuous bus lanes, buses will move faster along their routes, getting you to and from work more quickly. Strategically located ramps will enhance connectivity along the corridor, cutting bus travel times to and from the city by an average of 10 to 15 minutes. Take a leisurely stroll or cycle down the network of footpaths and cycling paths that are integrated along the North-South corridor. Or simply coast down to the city centre along the cycling trunk route that spans the entire corridor. Journeys can be a breeze. They can be smooth and connected for you and your loved ones. You belong to a future where getting to your destination also means enjoying the journey while staying connected to your community.
Okay, so what exactly is the benefit of North-South corridor? Okay, it actually connects towns along this whole stretch, Woodlands, Sembawang, Yishun, Ang Mo Kio, Bishan, and Toa Payoh, with the city center. So you see there are 16 entrances and 17 exits that will really create a lot of ease for them to travel to city, and it links up the expressway, SLE, PIE, and ECP. Most importantly, I think it relieves the heavy traffic on the CTE. For those who use CTE, right, you know that it's really a pain. It's really a pain to travel on CTE now. But by having the north-south corridor, it really relieves the heavy traffic by around 10% to 15% during peak hours, okay, which is presently the only route from the north to central of Singapore. So the continuous bus lane along the north-south corridor will be able to reduce bus traveling times to the city by up to 30 minutes, okay, through morning and evening peak express bus services. And there will be a cycling path, okay, along the entire stretch of the highway, link up the park connector, you have dedicated cycling path network within the HDB towns to the city center. So the whole length of the north-south corridor is 21.5 kilometers, and so this is your north connected to the south. Okay, so Lentor will be somewhere here. And let's look at how near, okay, are we to the north-south corridor. So this is actually the tunnel, the north-south corridor tunnel near Lentor. So it's actually in Ang Mo Kio, Street 61. Okay, so the entry ramp is here, Ang Mo Kio Street 61, opposite the Anderson JC. Okay, so where is Lentor Hill? Lentor Hill Residences is right here. So if we map it out, right, you will actually reach your entry of the ramp to north-south corridor. And it's only 3 minutes. So for driving with the north-south corridor to the city center, it will be very, very convenient once the north-south corridor is ready. Okay, so we have talked about public transport, we have talked about drive, what about pedestrian and cyclist connectivity? Okay, of course, they cannot miss out this, right? Okay, so this is the whole walking and cycling town in Ang Mo Kio area, which includes, Lentor is here, right? Lentor is part of Ang Mo Kio planning area, yeah? So you can see we have like all the parks. Okay, so this is a cycling path, okay, in phases. So you have your pink one, okay, by 2023. Then you have your blue one by 2026. So all these paths will be linked up and they will be all connected inter-town. Okay, so it's whether you are pedestrian, cyclists, commuters, drivers, you will be well connected. That's what I can say. Okay, so now we have already talked about location in terms of connectivity, right? Other than, okay, we have covered connectivity. So other than connectivity, what do you think is important in a location? What will people look at next? You know, other than just transport. Now by staying here, I can go to anywhere. I can go to the city center. I can go to places easily. Okay, so next I will look at what will be the thing that you'll be looking at. What must be in this location for a happy living? You know, for a good living, what should be the next consideration? Come make a guess. What do you think will be the next consideration other than transport? Very important. Yes, okay, amenities. What else? Anything else? Amenities, schools, okay, school. Yes, I think we are on the same page, okay? At least our frequency is the same. Schools, okay? So what is deemed as a good occasion other than connectivity? Of course, schools is important, right? For parents with young kids. So let's look at what kind of school Lentor Hill Estate provides. Okay, which is the most popular primary school in Ang Mo Kio planning area in 2022? Okay, I'm sure everyone will be keen to know. Okay, there are actually 7 primary schools in Ang Mo Kio. And the rating of this primary school is based on the school's popularity in phase 2A of the 2022 primary 1 registration exercise to determine its popularity. And it does not include primary school, they are not admitting new students. Okay, so primary school popularity, 7 primary school. The most popular is CHIJ, St. Nicholas Girls' School. But hey, what if mine is boy? Then how? What school can I consider? Well, the next one you have let's look at Anderson Primary School, which is the second most popular. Okay, but because the location, the one map, they are not properly plotted out, right? The building, everything is not up on one map. So there is no there is no answer to whether this development is within 1 kilometer to CHIJ St. Nicholas Girls School. So I put on my research cap and do this for everybody. So this is the map, okay, from one map. Okay, so I did the first check. Okay, whether is it 1 kilometer to CHIJ. Okay, you see the red building and you see the blue building. Red building means they are within 1 kilometer radius, okay, from St. Nicholas. And blue is within 2 kilometers. So land parcel A, which is our Lentor Hill residences, is actually at this plot, okay, over here. And if I put in a 1 kilometer, so okay, CHIJ is here, yeah. So if I put in a 1 kilometer radius circle, okay, estimate lah, how agak-agak, you can see that it didn't cover 100%, but it covered more than 50% of the land plot. Okay, if I do this analysis. So it seems like quite a good chance, right? Okay, no problem. What about I do a second check? URA space. Okay, so URA space, I do within 1 kilometer. Okay, CHIJ is over here, and this is automatic plot by them one. Just now that one is manually I draw. Okay, so this one is plot by them, and Lentor Hill residences is here. Oh, it seems like it tallies with what I did just now. Okay, so this is a good inclination for you if you are looking, you know, to enroll your kids in CHIJ. Okay, just some fun fact about CHIJ school. Okay, popularity, primary 1. So these are like what is the award? Okay, so this is actually CCA. Interesting. Okay, I think this will help because I think nowadays kids, they are no longer, we just don't want to just focus on academic. I think we want them to be all-rounders as well. So CCA actually plays a big part in enrolling the school, right? So this is actually some fun fact about the CCA. What is their ranking, you know, in their school? So they are best for dance, Chinese dance, song, gym. Okay. Next, let's look at Anderson. Okay, if let's say, oh, I'm not going to, mine is not girl, it's boy. So where should I go? Okay, Anderson Primary School is a good consideration. Okay, so Anderson Primary School is here, and Lentor Hill residences here, and is well inside this 1 meter radius circle. Okay, so Anderson Primary School, some fun fact as well. Okay, they also it's also good for like Chinese dance and song. Brass. So wow, it seems like the kids there are very musically inclined. So if your kids are into music, then I think whichever school, CHIJ or Anderson, would be very good for them because of their strong CCA in music. Okay, so we talk so much, right? I talk so much about location, about school, but what about the basic fact about Lentor Hill residences itself? Okay, so this actually, the land plot is 184,393 square feet. The land zoning is a residential use, okay, with minimum 500 square meter for early childhood development center use, which means there will be a childcare center in the development. So parents with young kids or newborn, I think, or not yet born, I think you will be happy to know that the convenience of having a childcare right at the bottom of your doorstep. So maximum JFA, minimum JFA, okay, number of units estimated to be 598 units, which I think is a very good size. Okay, and developer is by Hong Leong Holdings, Gokko Land, and TID. Okay, tenure 99 years. Okay, this is the land cost that when they bidded this plot of land. Okay, this is the estimated unit mix that we'll be expecting from this development. It ranges from your 1 bedroom to 4 bedroom. Okay, so you can see the 1 bedroom, you actually have like 10 to 15%, 2 bedroom, and the 3 bedroom probably about equal share. Of course, the 4 bedroom as per tradition is always like slightly lesser than your 2 and 3 bedroom. Okay. So interestingly, you see there is a 2-bedroom dual key and 3-bedroom dual key in this development. I think this is worth considering and interesting unit mix that you don't get to see in a lot of the developments. Okay, something more, okay, that you can learn from the master plan about this development is that this is a land parcel, okay, is that they actually have staggered heights for the building. So those that fronting the Lentor Hills Road is 8-story, and in the middle will be a 16-story. Okay, and here will be maximum 23-story. Okay, so this story, it means the maximum that the developer can build. Yeah. Okay, so 8-story, 16, and 23. But of course, this is just a guide, okay, from the master plan. And once the developer has come out with the confirmed plan, we will share more. Your agents, your ERA trusted advisor will actually can share more with you. Yeah. Okay, it's good to know is that they were going to build a covered linkway to Lentor MRT. So Lentor MRT, you can see this is one of the entrance. Okay, and there will be covered linkway. So developer needs to build a 2.4 meters wide covered linkway, okay, and a 2 meters wide cycling path. So you see the yellow and the pink, right? It means the walkway and the cycling path 2 in 1. And this one, double volume sky terraces. Remember I talked about this visually porous, boundary treatment, okay, in this building. So this is one of the requirements for them to build minimum 1 double volume sky terrace within each tower. So you see in between got this hole, right? So this is actually the sky terrace, okay? And it must be located at 8-story or higher. All right, so just now we show that there's 3 staggered building height. So you have a low rise, mid rise, and high rise. Of course, low rise is only up to 8-story, hence you do not need to build this double volume. But the mid rise and high rise, okay, this is required. This is very important, for the airflow and also for your whole seamless look from the outside green to the inside landscaping. All right. Okay, something interesting about this site is there is actually a very, very tall tree now in the middle of this plot, and it's supposed to be conserved. Okay, it's called the Alstonia tree, and this is the estimate spot, okay, of this whole plot. All right, so which means that, and in here is your hillock park. Okay, so the Alstonia tree will be like a landmark, okay, a trademark for this building to build, around it, to design around this tree. Okay. Okay, so developers, reputable, I believe a lot of you know, do not really need me to introduce. Okay, so this is Hong Leong, past projects over here, a lot. Okay, and I think the most recent one will be your Avinia, Meadwood, Jovel, Tate Residences, Penrose, okay, and Gokko Land, also very famous and reputable, also don't need me to introduce. Okay, so Gokko Land, current development will have your like Mayor Mansion, Midtown Modern, Midtown Bay, and Wall Lake. And TID, okay, so TID, you have your like Brownstone EC, Piermont Grand EC, okay, One North Eden. Okay, so all these are the more recent one of One North Eden. Okay, so if you were to ask me, hey Joel, yeah, okay, now I'm kind of agree, okay, I'm convinced that this is a good location. It has good environment. I mean, good connectivity, good environment. It has a school for the school-going kids. But if there is, just like you mentioned, demand, right? But if the whole of Singapore do not have demand for buying houses, then how? So what if it's in a good location? So what if the environment is very good? So do we actually have strong demand in terms of property purchase or not? Okay, let's look at some of the data. Okay, outside Central Region projects take-up rate on launch day and recent launches, you see that the take-up rate is actually very strong, right? Your Amor Residences in Amor Gyo 98% sold, even Tenet EC 72% sold. Okay, in Tampines, your Sky Eden at Bedok 75% sold. You see another EC Copen Grand And Lentor Modern, which is the first plot in this Lentor Hill estate, 84% sold on launch day. Okay, so it shows that actually the demand is very strong and people are buying, many people are buying. And if you know, if you're in the market, yesterday was the launch for Seneca Residences and they did very well as well. So they sold 60% in one day. Okay, so you tell me there is no demand in terms of property purchase, I don't think the numbers tell otherwise, right? Then what about, okay, I'm going to share with you very interesting data about own stay. Okay, this development, because we talk about good environment, happy living, right? So it's about own stay. Connectivity is also about own stay. But so does it, so own stay, so for this location, right, does it have strong demand for own stay? Yes, definitely. 86% of Ang Mo Kio residential are owner occupied. Can you see the figure here? Owner is 86%, tenant is only 13%. So the demand for homestay in this location is definitely very high. Then what about big units? This is for homestay, naturally big units will have strong demand, right? Okay. But I would say this location, right, why one of the reasons for big units in strong demand is because of multi-generation living. If you look at this chart, okay, it's based on census of population 2020, okay, in the Ang Mo Kio planning area, you can see range from 25 years old all the way to 74 years old, right? It's actually quite balanced, the number of residents here. So which means that this location, you have like various ages and it's perfect location for multi-generation living. And I would think it's a strong demand for multi-generation living as well. Okay, this is also the reason why a multi-generation living is important. Okay, you can see that the Singapore old age support ratio is declining. Okay, what does it mean? It means that, you know, every how many, so you see this is the ratio, right? It's declining from 1990 all the way to 2022. It's actually declining. So now, as of last year, is actually the ratio is 1:3.8. So which means that every 165 years and over, you have 3.8, age 20 to 64 to support. Okay, so that's what it means. Okay, so this chart is also shows that, okay, the circle means 2012 and this bar means 2022. So you can see this age group, the older age group, right, from 60 years old. Okay, you see that it's increasing, right? It's actually more than last time in 2012. And because of that, this comes to, you need to house, that means the elderly needs to stay with someone who can take care of them, all right? Because there will be more like elderly living arrangement needs to be done, okay? So if you look at the stats here, right, the blue one is a big portion. 42.2% of the elderly is living with children but without spouse. So which means that one of them have already passed on and left one, but they need the care of their kids. All right. So with this stats and with the old age support ratio, we realize that there's actually increasing need to stay with your old age parents. So which also means you need a bigger unit and more space. But okay, there is actually low supply of big units in that area. So I do a chart of within 1 kilometer of Lentor Hill residences. You look at the data for the big units. The 4-bedroom is only 527. 5-bedroom is even limited, it's only 29. So there is really low supply of big units. So if more and more people need 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom, so will there be a lack of supply in the area, which shows that the demand is actually very strong there. But what about, can they afford? Do they have enough purchasing power? And what is the market sentiment, okay, going on at this point of time? Okay, let's look at some key household income trends 2021. Okay, this is the latest that I can get. look at here. This is per household. Actually, it's increasing leh. So it's increasing, right? But you will tell me that, yeah lah, income increase, but property prices increase even more, right? Inflation more. So this income doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that I have strong purchasing power than before, even though my income has increased. Come, let's look at this. This is actually a chart by Reuters to show the Singapore real wages. Okay, so what is real wages? Real wages is actually nominal wages adjusted for the effects of inflation. So they really adjusted the inflation to show the real purchasing power of the residents. So you can see it's increasing also. So it's not just income increase. Even after factor inflation, right, it's still increase. That's why there is actually true spending power in here that we are looking at. And not only that, their proportion of dual career couples has increased. Means that both the couple, husband and wife, both are working. Okay, the numbers has increased. Okay, and unemployed, non-employed couples, okay, the proportion has decreased, which it also boils down to more spending power. Okay, what about the market sentiment now? What do actually most of the analysts and economists feels about this year, 2023 Singapore economic growth? Okay, this is actually taken from Business Times, 2nd Jan 2023. Actually, economists in Singapore feels that, right, we will actually avoid a deep and prolonged recession, and the lockdown-free China, right, will actually bolster the economies. There will be a steady recovery through the second half of the year. Okay, combined with China's reopening, it will definitely boost Asia's economic fundamentals, and China's unwinding of COVID-19 measures in 2023 will be pivotal for Singapore's growth outlook. So it seems that they actually have good confidence in the economy, yeah. And let's look at Lentor Hill future land prices, land plots, okay. So you also determine, right, the market sentiment. It also makes you feel, right, how the developers feel, about the economy. Are they confident to enter, and get new plots and develop new land? New development, right? So let's look at this Lentor Hill estate or GLS plot. So Lentor Modern is here, which is the first plot that has already been launched. Lentor Hill Residences will be here. Okay, so you have your Lentor Central, Lentor Garden, and Lentor Hills Parcel B. So all these are ready. Okay, so Lentor Garden is going to be, their tender is going to close soon. Okay, Lentor Central and Parcel B is already bidded. Okay, the rest you have coming, you have plot 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that is upcoming in this whole estate. Okay, so these are the information for all the parcels that has already been bidded. Okay, so look at the developer. They are actually very reputable, okay, developer, which means that they actually believe that the economy is still strong, the demand is still strong, that they have confidence in the market to go and most importantly, I think they have confidence in this location. So you look at Lentor Modern, you look at Guaco Land, Hong Leong, Yen Lot, TID. So they actually have very strong confidence in this location. Okay, strong demand for new homes. We have very low supply. Only two developments that are fairly new. Okay, so if it's all meant for own stay, right, does it mean that you cannot actually buy for investment? On the contrary, I think because it's very suitable for own stay, the best product for you to buy for investment is product that is very suitable for homestay. Why? Because actually big units provide higher gains. Let's take a look at example of the nearby development Panorama. If you look at the annualized return, right, I sort by the highest annualized onwards, yeah, and the number of bedrooms that is being that's fall under this profitable sales transaction. Actually, the highest 7.2% to 5% annualized gains are mainly for your 3 bedrooms and above. The Meadows appears as well. Your annualized gains are 14.6% to 9% are mainly for 3 bedrooms and above. And Carol's 22.4% to 11% annualized gains are also mainly for 3 bedrooms and above. So you see that actually the higher gains ones unit are mainly your bigger units, because there is a very strong demand for own stay in this location, which I already showed you just now, right? Okay, so how can you be prepared for the launch? Okay, the target launch date is actually in April, or targeted to be March or April. Okay, so keep a lookout for it. Tell your ERA trusted advisor, to update you, register with them. Okay, but if let's say you plan to buy a unit, let's say for own stay, and you need to sell first, right? Before, so that you don't want to pay, because you don't want to pay ABSD. So let's look at a brief timeline, what you need to do now. Okay, so BUC timeline for the first 20%, this is actually the timeline that we will be looking at. Within 8 weeks, you need to prepare 50%, and this is the crucial period. Okay, the property you are selling needs to be exercised by your buyer before you can exercise your purchase. In this case, you do not need to pay ABSD if you fulfill within this period of time. Okay, so I hope the informations are useful for you. Okay, and in a conclusion, Lentor Hill Residences actually has the perfect environment and excellent connectivity, which it will have no lack of demand. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you, Joel. Looks like Lentor Hill Residences will definitely be one of the upcoming launches to look out for. If you have any more queries, please contact the ERA trusted advisor that invited you to this session. Our next session is at 1 p.m. where not one, but 2 seasoned project experts will share more with you on an upcoming development in 1 North, Blossoms by the Park. See you at 1 p.m. A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome once again to our ERA New Launch Showcase 2023. If you have just joined us, we have more exciting new launches coming up in the first quarter of 2023 to share with you. Each of these developments has its own unique selling points, and our aim today is to help you to find the property that best suits your needs. Up next, we'll be touching on Blossoms by the Park, an upcoming new launch right in the heart of 1 North, where educational institutes, residences, and recreational amenities with research facilities are combined together to create a work, live, play, and learn environment. It serves as a local, regional, and global center for high technology and high-tech innovation. Let's welcome District Division Directors Elfie Lau and Group Division Director Charles Ng to give you some key highlights. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Guo Feng. A very good afternoon, everybody. I'm Group Division Director Charles Ng. Today, I'll be touching on to the Blossoms by the Park. Okay, before I touch on Blossoms by the Park, let me touch on something about the developer. Okay, developer basically they are EL Development. EL Development first started as a small business unit within one of the Singapore's leading builders, Ivan Lim and Company Private Limited. In late 2006, the company achieved success in this very first high-end residential project, Rhapsody on Mount Elizabeth, with the project selling out in merely 6 weeks. And in 2007, the company launched its first industrial development, Nordics, which is a multi-user strata-titled terrace factories in Woodlands. And they too achieved excellent results with the project sold out within 12 months. So as the unit grew in stature, the management decided there is actually a need to create a recognizable branding to focus on the property segment, hence the business unit EL Development Private Limited, was officially incepted as a separate company in June 2007. Next, I'll touch on the developer track record. Okay, these are basically some of the launches, the developments that the developer has actually done up in the past couple of years. The first one will be Pullman Residences at Newton, followed by Park Riviera, West Coast Vale, Symphony Suites at Yishun Close, and last but not least, La Festa at Sengkang Square. Basically, the EL development has Private Limited has actually achieved a lot of awards over the couple of years, and some of the awards they have actually received were actually from BCI Asia, Asia Properties Singapore, HPROP Singapore, Asia Pacific Properties Singapore, and FEPC World Prix d'Excellence Awards. Basically, this FEPC World Prix d'Excellence Awards is something like the Oscar, for the real estate industry, the real estate segment market over here itself, and they have actually won awards for many years running. Next, I'll touch on the fact sheet of Blossoms by the Park. Over here, as mentioned, developer EL development. The location over at this development, this new launch will actually be a nice slim barracks rise. Okay, total units, there will be actually 275 units plus one commercial lot. Tenure will be 99-year lease. Okay, in total, one block of 27-story development with commercial units on B1, level 1, level 2, and level 2, and 2 levels of basement car park. Expected TOP date will be the 31st of December 2026. Okay, some of the things, some of the points that we might want to take note is that basically the architect is ADDP Architect, main contractor Ivan Lim, and quantity surveyor Ivan Lim, etc. I'll touch on the location next. The reason being why a lot of investors and homeowners, they are very keen and excited about this upcoming new launch is because that we're actually located right at the center of the One North area. Okay, what is so special about the One North area? I'll touch on it on my next couple of slides. First thing, connectivity. Okay, One North area, basically, this is actually the map of the One North area. Blossoms by the Park is actually located over here itself. We are not only walking distance to one MRT station, but we are actually walking distance to 2 MRT stations, which are basically the Buona Vista MRT station, which is the east-west or Circle Line. And next, or to the right side, will be the One North MRT station, which is the Circle Line. We always say that, okay, how far are we, our place of residence or our investment property are away from the shopping mall, the main shopping belt area, which is the Orchard Road area. Over here in Sims Barrack Rise, okay, we are actually only 14 minutes drive away to our main Orchard area. And of course, if we might have homeowners or even tenants, future tenants who are actually working in the CBD area. Okay, we are also only 11 minutes drive away via AYE to the Central Business District. Therefore, it makes this place very, very accessible. Apart from that, if you are looking to invest in Blossoms by the Park and you are thinking, where will my tenants be? Apart from One North, okay, and apart from the CBD area, there will be also tenants coming from the Dover Knowledge District, the Jurong Lake District, or what we dub as the second CBD, the Jurong Innovation District, which are all around 13 to 15 minutes drive away via AYE. Whereas for the Dover Knowledge District, it will be only a 5 minutes drive via Commonwealth Avenue. Later on, I'll touch more on the Dover Knowledge District. I think it's pretty new to a lot of people. And over here itself, if you are lazy to drive and you decided that, oh, I want to take the MRT to the Orchard Road or CBD, because of the high car park charges, you might actually, take the MRTs, from Slim Barracks Rise, this area, Buona Vista area to Orchard Shopping Belt area, there's only 6 MRT stops away. and it's a 7 MRT stops away to the Central Business District. Over here itself, as you can see, Jurong Innovation District, 6 MRT stops away. 3 MRT stops away from the Jurong Lake District, the 1 MRT stop away from Dover Knowledge District, and also 1 LRT stop away from the Science Park. Let me touch on the next one about One North. Okay, I believe One North, not really a lot of people are really familiar. So over here, the next couple of slides, I'll be touching more on what is One North and what is happening over there. Okay, One North itself, basically, it's actually one of the Singapore is actually one of the leading name in the global knowledge economy. So One North is where all the action is. Okay. It is basically 200 hectares large, okay, and it is actually a vibrant research and business park that is home to leading players and rising stars from knowledge sectors like the info communications, technology, and media, biomedical science, and engineering, okay. And overall, One North is not just a business park. It is also a destination for the community. Inside One North, basically, we can actually separate them into 8 distinct precincts, okay? Which is the first one, Vista. Commercial and lifestyle pristine with a mix of office, residences, retail, and F&B offerings, okay? Next will be a place where info communication technology, media, physical science, and engineering activities, which we call as Fusion Polis, okay? Biopolis, next, world-class research cluster for biomedical and life sciences. And next will be the Media Polis, okay, where we are, if you're familiar, MediaCorp is actually located in One North also. Okay, so dynamic cluster of info communications technology and digital media companies are also over in One North area. Okay, next will be the Terra Hill and Launchpad. Okay, Launchpad, basically it means that there's actually a vibrant community of startups that over at One North area, and it enables them to have a conducive and nurturing environment. Okay, followed by WeSec. WeSec is actually the black and white colonial style walk-up apartments. Okay, semi-detached houses over there in One North, you know, which is nestled in lush greenery. Last but not least, the Ayer Rajah precinct. Over in One North itself, you know, you're able to meet the biggest names in research, science, and infocom technology, like the Agency for Science, Technology, and Research, or what we know as A-Star, Autodesk, Equinix, GSK, Infinite Studios, Lucasfilm, MediaCorp, PNG, Seagate, last but not least, 99.co. Apart from all the big businesses, okay, we are actually within walking distance away from all the shopping malls and eateries. You know, some of the shopping malls and eateries that are located very nearby to us are actually Rochester Mall, Fusion Polis. Okay, we are also a short drive away from Holland Village and the Star Vista, Timber Plus, last but not least, the Metropolis. Next, I'll be touching on the education portion, which is where what are the schools and the tertiary college or institute of learning located at One North. Okay, over here itself, we have the schools and tertiary colleges like NUS High School of Math and Science, Fairfield Methodist Primary and Secondary, ACS Independent, ACS International Singapore, ACJC, Inside Asia Campus, just to name a few. Okay, for the Institute of Learning, okay, what we have over here, National University of Singapore, the Singapore Polytechnic, Ngee Polytechnic, SIM Global Education, Singapore Institute of Technology, Asset Business School, and of course, MediaCorp campus. Next, I'll touch on the potential upside. You know, what is in for you, for us, you know, if we're going to invest or buy a property at the Blossoms by the Park. over here itself, okay, a lot of investors and homeowners, they are very excited. Reason being because of these three main reasons. Okay, one of them is the Greater Southern Waterfront, followed by the Dover Knowledge District, which I've touched on a little bit just now, and next will be the rail corridor. Greater Southern Waterfront, it is actually a gateway to future live, work, and play. Okay, if you're familiar with this Greater Southern Waterfront, okay, our Prime Minister during the National Day rally have actually mentioned about this Greater Southern Waterfront before. Okay, 9,000 homes that will be built on the 48-hectare site. Plan for more office hubs, which is equivalent to more job opportunities. Therefore, you will have more tenants profiles, more tenants who will actually want to look at the residential area in One North, the homes in One North. And then for Greater Southern Waterfront, offer waterfront living and close to 10 hectares at a site will be set aside for green spaces, including parks and open land. So how big is this Greater Southern Waterfront? Okay, basically the Greater Southern Waterfront is actually starting from Pasir Panjang all the way to Harbourfront and to Tanjong Pagar. You know, apart from Pasir Panjang all the way to Tanjong Pagar, two islands are actually included into the Greater Southern Waterfront too. One of them is what we are all familiar with, the Sentosa Island. Okay, so over here itself, more on Greater Southern Waterfront. Greater Southern Waterfront is actually 6 times the size of Marina Bay area. As we know that over the years, you know, the properties in Marina Bay area has risen tremendously. So just imagine, with 6 times the size of Marina Bay, what is the potential of this Greater Southern Waterfront? Okay, so with that, more jobs will be near home, as mentioned over here itself. Okay, and over here is our vibrant waterfront precinct. Okay, not only homes will be built, you know, there'll be offices, there'll be retails over at the Greater Southern Waterfront area. Okay, and of course, not forgetting the extensive green network, okay, which links you from West Coast Park all to the Pasir Panjang Linear Park, Rail Corridor, Mount Faber, all the way to Gardens by the Bay. Next, I'll touch on the Dover Knowledge District itself. Okay, Dover Knowledge District basically is an extension of One North. Okay, where there will be business parks, academic and research institutions found. Okay, it will also not only there will be business park, academic and research institutions found, there will also be vibrant integrated spaces, you know, to support learning opportunities and Singapore long-term economic growth. Okay, apart from that, there will be the future of the Dover Forest. Okay, Dover Forest itself, basically, you can see from here, okay, number one, the green corridor, okay, the existing park connector along the Ulu Pandan Canal will be widened to form a green corridor. Okay, followed by, there'll be an enhanced ecological connectivity. Okay, third one, as mentioned just now, waterfront living. And fourth, amenities for residents. Okay, commercial node near Dover MRT station will provide amenities for the residents and provide a link between stations and surrounding residential development. Okay, and over here on the right side itself, okay, instead of clearing the Dover forest for future housing developments, okay, the government has actually prepared 5 sites nearby where they'll put forward as alternatives, okay, for public housing in future. Okay, they are basically Site A, which is near to the North Buona Vista Road, Site B, okay, Site C, which is near to the Ghim Moh Market, and over here Site D at Dover area, followed by Site E, which is near to the National University of Hospital. Last but not least, the rail corridor. Okay, I believe a lot of us are very familiar with this rail corridor, and we have actually bring our families over, you know, during the weekends and to walk around to spend time together with our family members, our loved ones at the rail corridor itself. Okay, the rail corridor basically it starts from the Hillview area, which is the Hillview MRT area, and link us all the way to the Tanjong Pagar railway station. And over here itself, Slim Barracks Rise, we are actually right in the center of the rail corridor. Okay, this rail corridor itself is basically a former railway line that stretches 24 kilometers from north to south of Singapore. Okay, it connects major green spaces and forest habitats such as Bukit Timah Nature Reserve and Dairy Farm Nature Park. Okay, and basically the rail corridor provides large and green environment and serves as a recreation corridor for all the members of the public. Over here itself, the rail corridor, basically there are actually two areas that we should take note of. One of them is basically the Buona Vista area, which is located at JTC One North Business Park. Okay, the node will be integrated with an upcoming mixed-use biomedical science development that will complete in this year, end of this year, 2023. Okay, apart from that, it will also include spaces for sports, community, cultural events that connect existing cultural and recreation spaces at the rail corridor. So who knows, in the near future, there will be open space, concerts, over at the Buona Vista Rail Corridor area too. Your guess is as good as mine. Next will be the One North area. New business park developments will integrate with the rail corridor, providing vibrant recreation spaces for not only the workers, but also the residents of One North. Okay, with that, I shall end my part and I'll hand over to my partner, District Division Director, and Alfie Lau. Alfie, to you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alfie Lau, the Project Division Director for Blossoms by the Park. How are everyone doing today? I hope everyone are doing very well. Okay, today I'm not going to sell you anything, but to share some information that you can bring home as a consideration before you decide to make any purchases. Okay, before I go into my slide, a quick disclaimer here. Whatever I share today is based on my own research and my own opinion. Please do your due diligence and engage your trusted real estate advisor for more in-depth discussion. Okay, today I'm going to share some insightful information on this development. I hope that the information I provide today will help you to decide if this new launch is suitable for you. Okay, without further ado, let me share the compelling reasons for you to consider Blossoms by the Park to be part of your investment portfolio. Okay, I'm sure everyone are aware that we have very low supply of new launch within One North area. Do you agree with me that in real estate, as with other businesses, when demand is higher than the supply, the prices will rise? And if there are oversupply in the market, the prices will fall, right? Okay, let's look at One North launches from the past till now. For Blossoms by the Park, we are the second new launch in the past 16 years. Okay, this tells us how rare it is to be able to buy a brand new launch within One North. The last launch within this area was One North Eden, which was 2 years ago. They have a total number of 165 units, which are considered a very small development. Okay, imagine waiting 14 years to invest for a new launch within One North area, and there are only a total of 165 units for investors. It will not be easy to secure a unit because demand is more than the supply. Okay, let's look at the older development within the vicinity. Okay, in this map, location A is Dover by the Park, TOP in 1997. They have a total of 686 units with a balance lease of 69 years. Location B, we have a Heritage View, TOP in year 2000. Total is 618 units with balance lease of 72 years. Okay, location C, we have the Rochester Residences, TOP in 2011. Total unit is 366 units, and balance lease is 81 years. Location D is One North Eden, TOP in 2009. Total is 405 units. Balance lease is the same as the Rochester, 81 years. Okay, I've calculated the total number of units for new and old condominium combined. The total number is only 2,655 units. Okay, this is a very, very low in supply for One North vicinity, considering the number of people working there. Okay, do you know that some of the new condominium, right, within one development, they have more than 2,000 units already. Okay, example like Treasure at Tampines, they have 2,203 units in one project. So if you're comparing it to the entire one-off vicinity, this makes the total number in one-off seems like a very, very small number and undersupply. Okay, let me show you the last new launch sales record. Okay, the last new launch was one-off Eden. During launch weekend, they sold 85%. And guess what? They are fully sold within 3 months. And this is during COVID, when everybody is hiding in their house and every country closed their borders. So now the whole world has opened up their borders. What do you think is going to happen to Singapore property market price? Do you think the price will increase or decrease? Okay, you can make a guess, maybe leave a comment to think, let me know if you think the price is going up or going down in this year. Okay, especially so many new launches is coming up. Okay, and next, okay, this is the recently sold out new launches in District 5. Total is 4,451 units. Currently, there are totally no stock at all in the entire District 5. Okay, let me share with you some of the dialogue I had with buyers that I have served before during all these launches. Okay, those buyers that I have served before who believe in my presentation and my researchers, they have already made their purchases. And those who don't believe to me, you know what they say to me? They say, Alfie, the price too high now, how to buy? Okay, when the price drop, can you please let me know and I'll consider about it. At that point, I'm thinking to myself, how can the price fall when the land costs keep increasing, construction costs did not get any cheaper as well? And then in the sales gallery, right, the new homes are being sold at a very, very healthy pace. Okay, when units are selling well, do you think the developer will give discount or increase the price? Okay, so a few of those who have not purchased, actually they regretted their decision. And they're asking me if there are any buyers not going ahead with their purchase so that they can buy the bounce back unit at the developer's launch price. Okay, I'm not sure if anyone is aware that new launch prices will be the cheapest during the weekend sales. After the first weekend launch, right, most of the developer will increase the price. The earlier you buy, the cheaper it is. So this actually tells us the price of property in Singapore will only be getting higher and higher. Okay, I'm sure everyone will agree on this statement, right? Okay, next. Okay, next I'm going to share the up and coming supply in District 5. Okay, currently available for sales is only in Park Clementi's with 7 units of 5 bedrooms. Upcoming launch is former Gloria Mansion, estimate about 59 units. And then, of course, we have Blossom by the Park, 275 units only. And the Hill at One North, estimate 140 units. And lastly, Terra Hills, 270 units. Okay, this is the future supply in District 5. Total is a 4 launch. And they have a total of 744 units only. Do you think that in the entire District 5, this will be enough supply or it will be undersupplied? Okay, and now I'm going to talk about the rental demand in this location. Okay, recently the rental market is really, really very, very hot. Okay, I'm sure most of you have seen the report in the news as well, right? Okay, next, I will be discussing on some of the concern from my investors' clients. Okay. My investors normally will ask me this question: where do the majority of tenants come from and how much can they rent the unit for? Okay, because investors are keen to find out if their investment unit can be rented out at a very, very good price to good tenants as well. Okay. In One North, we have over 50,000 knowledge workers within these 8 pristine comprises of 400 leading companies, which includes 15 research institutes and 5 institutes of higher learning and corporate universities. Okay, so this is actually a very huge number already. And then secondly, we have the major tenant pool, which is from NUS. Okay, this is a summary of undergraduate enrollment. Okay, every year they will have around 30 to 38,000 enrollment students, and the staff total figure will be average about 12,000. Okay, so that means in NUS alone, right, there will be around 45 to 50,000 people that will form possible tenant renting around this area. Okay. And lastly, we have the Singapore Science Park 1 and 2 with over 12,000 people from various sectors. Okay. Okay, in summary, right, the tenant pool made up of all of these professional and students. Most are researchers, engineers, specialists, professors, R&D professionals, and analysis, etc. Okay, with such tenant profiles, it will be easier for investors to rent out their properties at higher rental rates compared to other locations. Okay, I have done some research for the rental in this area. Okay, let's analyze the rental transactions for One North residences and the Rochester residences. Okay, this is One North residences rental transactions. Okay, from my findings, there are tenants that are willing to pay up to 4,300 per month for 1 bedroom. Okay, and 6,500 per month for 2-bedroom unit. And for 3-bedroom, up to $7,000 per month. Can you believe it? The rental is so high in this area. Okay. And these rental units are transacted in last year, October and November. Are you surprised that this One North can fetch high rental fees? Okay. Now let's look at the Rochester residences rental transaction. When I was doing the research, I was so surprised when I saw the highest transaction price for the rental in Rochester residences. 1-bedroom unit rented up to $5,000. Okay, and it's not one transaction. I think I saw a few transactions, $5,000. Okay, 2-bedroom up to $7,000, and then the 3-bedroom is 9,500, almost 10,000 already. You know. Okay, this shows us that the low supply in this area, together with Singapore rental shortage, right? Especially when we are recovering from this COVID crisis. Many people are returning to work in Singapore. So all these factors had caused the price to increase drastically. The rental price had remained high even until today. And tenants that want to stay in this area, right, they have to pay extremely high rental fees. This also shows us that there are many high earners that are working within One North. And okay, next, I'm going to share about the MRT effect on properties. So what exactly is the MRT effect? No doubt, convenience is one of the biggest perks living near an MRT station. But even bigger one, especially if you are a property investor or investor, is the promise of higher property values and possibly future profits through a successful sales. Okay. So next, I'm going to share with everyone how Blossoms by the Park will benefit from its close proximity to Buona Vista Station interchange. Okay, good news. We are within 500 meters to the MRT. In fact, my guess, the distance from Blossom by the Park to Buona Vista MRT is only around 200 to 300 meters away only. Okay, this is considered a very, very short walking distance. And I did another case study for condos within 500 meters versus condo from 501 meter and under 1 kilometer within One North vicinity. For those who drive, I'm not sure if you are aware that Buona Vista MRT and is the East-West and Circle Line interchange. Okay, that will serve commuters to many destinations within very short timing. To the Orchard MRT is only 6 stations away. And to get to the CBD, Tanjong Pagar or Raffles Place is only 6 and 7 stations away. And then our Singapore second CBD will be Jurong East, which is only 3 stations away. So on average, right, 1 station is only about 2 minutes away. So it's very convenient, right? And another good news is that the Circle Line would complete in 2026. Okay, this means that the future owner of the Blossom by the Park would be able to enjoy the completion of the Circle Line. Okay, this will cut short the timing to get to Marina Bay with the direct service. So if you want to go to MBS, right, you can just take the train direct service to reach there. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, this is a very good example of a condominium that is within 500 meters and 500 meters to 1 kilometers radius within the vicinity of One North. Okay, condominium within 500 meters to Dover MRT station are the Rochester residences, one-off residences, and of course Blossom by the Park. For Dover Parkview and Heritage View, they belong to 501 meters to 1 kilometer radius to the MRT station. Okay, let's do a comparison in the rental transaction volume. Okay. Okay, this is the research I did using the IERA analytics to track the history of past 3 years rental transaction for these two condominium. For Dover Parkview, they have a total of 637 rental transactions within 3 years. And Heritage View, they have a total of 440 rental transactions. For the last 3 years, both condominium have a combined rental of 1,077 transactions in total. So both development have a total of 1,304 units combined. Okay, let's look at my next research for the rental transaction for condo located within 500 meters from the Dover MRT station. Okay, so for this one-off residences, the total rental transaction within 3 years is 598 transactions, and the Rochester residences is 541 transactions. For the last 3 years, both condominium have a combined figure of 1,139 rental transactions. Total units in both condominium is 711 units. So let's go to the findings of my research. Okay. My research shows that there are more rental transactions for property that are within 500 meters to the MRT as compared to properties that are over 500 meters from the MRT station. Okay, although my research properties that are nearer to the MRT, right, consist of fewer units as compared to the properties that are further away from the MRT, yet they are having more rental transactions. Okay, this 3-year rental transactions history proves that the property within 500 meters from the MRT station attracts more tenants. So do you all agree with my findings? Okay, now let me share the upside potential for capital gain. I'm sure every buyer will be interested in this topic because who will want to buy any property that will not have any capital gain, right? Okay, when I'm serving savvy investors, right, they usually would like me to provide them with more data analysis to determine if the estate are worth to invest in. Okay, allow me to show you what research I would normally do for my clients. So for Blossom by the Park, right, we are located in District 5, Queenstown Estate, or we call it the RCR. Okay, RCR means the rest of the central region. Okay, so RCR consists of many districts. In this map, right, the area in red is the RCR. The orange area are the CCR, we call it the core central region. And the other parts of Singapore are OCR, that means the outside central region. Okay, I'm not sure if you all are aware that now for the outside central region, OCR price, average is already like 2001 PSF. Okay, so for investors and homeowners, I'm sure you all would like to know that the property that you purchase, right, the location or the estate have a very good track record for capital gain. Okay, let's look at the growth analysis for the entire RCR. Okay, so this research is I extracted it from the IERA Analytics app, which are only accessible by ERA agent. So if you want to get data like this, right, you have to engage an ERA agent to churn out the analysis for you. Okay, so I've churned out the data for the entire RCR. The average PSF for the last 15 years from year 2005 to 2020. Okay, so this is the 15 years transaction difference. So the total growth is 204%. So from 2010 to 2020, which is 10 years data, okay, it shows almost 60% in growth for the property prices. And lastly, from 2015 to 2020, which is a 5 years growth with 16%. Okay, so this is for the entire RCR. That means all the rest of the district that just now I've pointed in the in the red color section in the map. Okay, so now let's look at the now let's look at the District 5 compared to the entire RCR. Okay, so for investors or homeowners, right, who have purchased in 2005 and sold their District 5 property after 15 years, right, they will have enjoyed a growth of almost 300%. You know, 300% is a lot, you know. So this is based on the average price in 2005 and 2020. So for those who bought later, that means like they buy in 2010 and then they sell their property in 2020, okay, which means they hold the property for 10 years and they enjoy a 87% growth in their property prices. Okay, and lastly, for those who buy and sell after 5 years from 2015 to 2020, they would have enjoyed a 25% growth, okay, which equates to 5% growth every year. Okay, now let's go to look at my analytic conclusion. Okay, we compare my research side by side for easier reference. Okay, if we compare the 15 years growth, the difference is 95%. Okay, over here, 95%. Okay, 95% more for the District 5 compared to the rest of the RCR data. For 10 years, the difference is 27% more compared to the average RCR sales transaction. Okay, this shows that the earlier you buy, the more you will earn. So for those who buy and sell within 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, they would have enjoyed a property appreciation of 25% growth, which is 9% higher than the average RCR sales transactions. So do you agree that District 5 is a very good investment when it comes to capital appreciation and for rental returns? I hope that my research are very useful to everyone, and this can help you make the correct decision in your next property purchase. I've come to the end of my presentation. I hope that my research are helpful to you. Okay, so if you are interested to find out more information in regards to Blossom by the Park, feel free to engage any ERA agents, as we are officially appointed by the developer as a sales agent for this development. As of now, we are still in the early phase towards the launch, which are somewhere in late February or early March. So I hope to see you guys in the sales gallery. Thank you for attending our seminar. Have a nice day and goodbye, everyone. Back to you, Guo Feng.
Thank you, Alfie and Charles, for the very informative session and sharing with us more about One North and Blossoms by the Park. If you have any more queries, as Alfie mentioned, do feel free to contact the ERA Trusted Advisor that invited you to this session. We have 2 more projects to share with you today. At 2 p.m., we'll be sharing on a rare freehold development that's not just within walking distance to the MRT, but also at the doorstep of Singapore's future business district, the Greater Southern Waterfront. So we will see you at 2 p.m. for Terra Hill. A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our ERA New Launch Showcase 2023. Up next, we have a very exciting development to share with you, this year's first freehold new launch, Terra Hill. Within walking distance to the MRT and right at the doorstep of Singapore's future CBD, the Greater Southern Waterfront, Terra Hill will witness Singapore's transformation and benefit firsthand from the upcoming developments. Without further ado, I'll hand over to Senior Division Director Jim Tay to share more on this exciting upcoming launch with you. Jim, over to you.
Thanks, Guo Feng. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jim, and welcome to ERA New Launch Showcase. So today I'll be giving you a little bit more insights about the upcoming new launch at Pasir Panjang, which is Terra Hill. So we are the first freehold development that will be launching in Q1 of 2023. And I'm very excited to share this beautiful freehold development with you. I'm pretty lucky to have actually taken a glimpse of the show flat just a few days back. And I'm truly excited and to share with you and I am very impressed with what Terra Hill is able to offer to you as an owner or even future residences of Terra Hill. So without further ado, let me begin my presentation today. All right, so just a disclaimer today. All right, so all the information that's presented today is for general information purposes only, and no form of today's webinar should be reproduced or published or even circulated. All right. Now, Terra Hill is actually the former Fling Park in Pasir Panjang. It was successfully en bloc by a joint venture between Hoi Hub Realty and Sunway Development back in 2021 for a price of 371 million. Now, in 2021 itself, at the point of en bloc, now this deal was actually described as the largest collective sales site sold so far back in 2021. So who are our developers? All right, who are the developers that actually successfully en bloc the former Fling Park and will be developing Terra Hill? So now I'm sure many of you are familiar with Hoi Hub Realty and Sunway Development, so they really need a little introduction. So Hoi Hub Realty and Sunway Development, they have actually successfully completed a diversified portfolio of property development comprising executive condominiums, private condominium, landed housing, cluster housing, and even mixed-use commercial development. They are award-winning developers as well. So they have won numerous awards, and one of them is actually the BCI Asia Top 10 Developers. All right, so that's one of them. And along with that, there are two recent developments, which is Key Residences, have also won numerous awards. For example, the Sustainability Excellence Interior Design, and it also won the Best Private Condo Development. All right, and not only that, the Executive Condominium, which was also developed by Hoi Hub Realty and by the developers, is actually Park Central Residences in Tampines. All right, it also won the Best Executive Condominium Development, and it also won the Singapore Excellence Award itself. So the developers are definitely keen to be winning some awards for Terra Hill. So as an owner of Terra Hill, you should you'll be looking to forward to Terra Hill winning some awards as well. I will touch a little bit on the awards later. So as we go through today's webinar. Now, first of all, before I actually talk about what Terra Hill will be providing for the residents and the layouts, some of the layouts as well as the site plan, I think it's important to actually be sharing a little bit more about the location and what can we actually expect within the vicinity of Terra Hill. Okay, so now I must say Terra Hill is actually in a very interesting location, in my opinion. All right, so if you see the map here, this is actually where Terra Hill is. Okay, so first of all, Terra Hill is actually located at 350 meters, 350 meters away from Pasir Panjang MRT. And right beside Pasir Panjang MRT, that will be Pasir Panjang Food Center. All right. I'm sure you would also agree that it's very rare to actually have a freehold development that is located so near to MRT. Most of the developments that we actually see that is very closely connected, or rather within walking distance to MRT, most of them are actually 99-year development. So Terra Hill being a freehold development 350 meters away from Pasir Panjang MRT is definitely a development that you should not miss. Now, towards the north of Terra Hill, this is actually the southern regions. All right, I'll be sharing a little bit more about the southern regions, like what are the parts that's actually connected and form the southern regions. And I'll just highlight over here for Terra Hill, there will actually be a side gate, all right, that you can actually lead direct access to Petley's Road, and you can actually direct connect to Kent Park. So it's really like living near the nature. And not only that, all right, not only towards the north of Terra Hill, you have the southern regions. Towards the south, all right, there will also be a nature park reserve development as well. So I'll share a little bit more on that. But still, the key transformation that is actually happening towards the southern part of Singapore is none other than the Greater Southern Waterfront. So Greater Southern Waterfront, this transformation has been mentioned numerous times by our Prime Minister during his National Day rally. During the most recent one, you would also have seen some of the developments, what is happening, and what is slowly taking shape within the Greater Southern Waterfront. All right, I'll also spend some time to explain a little bit, but I want to go more into what Terra Hill can actually offer you. All right. So if you'd like to understand a little bit more about the Greater Southern Waterfront, please speak to the ERA Trusted Advisor who has invited you to attend today's webinar. They will be able to share with you a little bit more. Now, prior to this Greater Southern Waterfront transformation, the last transformation that I can actually remember is actually the transformation at Marina Bay back in 2004, which is quite some time back. So when Marina Bay was also going through transformation, how does the residential prices within the area, how has it performed since the point of a transformation or even before transformation to the current state? All right. So I'll just take a little bit of time to actually show you some graphs and some charts on that. Okay. So the first residential development that was actually developed in the Marina Bay during a transformation, it was actually the sale at Marina. All right. So if you can see, all right, so if you can see the photo on the left, this is actually the old Marina, all right, old Marina Bay. And I think many of us would not have expected that this is the new transformed Marina Bay itself. Okay, so what about the price? So what about the prices? What happens to the residential prices for the sale at Marina Bay? How has it performed? All right, how has it performed so far? So let's take a look. All right. Now, the first residential development, like I mentioned, is actually the sale at Marina. So back in 2004, all right, the average per square foot was actually, or rather, at back in October 2004 when it was launched, the average PSF was actually $973 per square foot. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure if you ever come across a unit at the sale at Marina Bay today, selling $973, you'll probably be like me, no second thoughts. You will go and find the money and immediately purchase the sale at Marina, because $973 per square foot for Marina Bay is not a price that you can actually see in today's market. But if we were to recall back in 2004, at a point in time when Marina Bay was actually going through transformation and there was nothing, the IR was not up, there was nothing within Marina Bay, the sale at Marina Bay was actually launched, and for a 99 to be launching at $973 per square foot, you will agree with me that the buyers at a point in time would think that this is the price that no one would dare to enter, because it's practically nothing there. All right. But what about for those buyers who actually believed in the Marina Bay transformation and decided to put their money or put their investment into the sale at Marina? So how much would they have profited from then to now? And during this period, was there actually an appreciation in price? Okay, so during that time in 2004, as I was doing my research, I realized that the developer actually brought the development to sell overseas, like in Hong Kong, in China, and a lot of foreigners actually believed in the transformation in Marina Bay. And I believe a lot of foreigners, along with Singaporeans, have actually purchased. And during the first phase of the launch, I think they picked up quite a number of sales. All right. So, but like I said, 2004 at a point in time, 973, a lot of people would be wary about entering the market. All right. So let's take a look at the trend analysis that is actually from 2004 all the way until 2023. Okay. Okay, now, so if you'd ask me in terms of whether you are buying this property for investment or at any point in time when you plan to buy your property, there are three key critical factors that I will actually consider even for my own purchase. Now, first is definitely the entry price. And when do I actually enter? All right, do I enter when the transformation is already over, or do I actually enter when the transformation is just at its beginning stage? So that is one critical factor that I will actually consider. Now, the second critical factor is also the period of holding. It's not a matter of, besides how long do I want to hold the property, is how long can I hold the property? Whether is it a 99 years or whether is it a freehold, what is my plan for the duration of the holding? So that would be the second critical point of consideration. And also the lastly will be the exit. All right, in doing all this, that will actually help me in my investment planning as well. All right, so for example, if we take a look at the sale at Marina, all right, if you have entered during the beginning of the transformation back in 2004, when IR was only completed in 2010, 2009 within this period. So at 2004, when there was nothing in Marina, if you have entered into the market and you believed in the Marina Bay transformation, you believe in what the government plan has, for Marina Bay and what is the eventual outcome of how Marina Bay will be like. All right, if you have entered into the market in today, you are a big winner. You are a big winner. If you can see that the prices for the sale at Marina Bay has never gone below the starting price, the launch price. So, ladies and gentlemen, buying into a property. So if you have actually missed, all right, if you have actually missed buying a property during the Marina Bay transformation, now you don't want to miss the next mega transformation in Singapore, which is the Greater Southern Waterfront. And I'm happy to share with you that Terra Hill is actually right smack in the middle of the Greater Southern Waterfront transformation, and Terra Hill is a freehold development. Okay, you will not be bounded by the lease because a lot of buyers that I've met shared with me that buying 99 years, they're a little bit more concerned over this period. But if you were to get a freehold development, all right, you can actually do it as part of the legacy planning as well. Okay, so what is Greater Southern Waterfront? Now, I'll just touch a little bit on Greater Southern Waterfront. What are the few phases of Southern Waterfront that has actually been announced, and those that we can actually find on the net or have been announced by the government? But definitely that is not the end of Greater Southern Waterfront. There's more things to it. There's more things to expect in Greater Southern Waterfront, and that will eventually form our exit plan. All right, if you do not, if you have an idea, like I want to hold this property like maybe for 8 years, 10 years, would that be a good time to exit? All right, the phases of the Greater Southern Waterfront can be a very good option for you to determine at which point in time do you want to exit. All right, so let me just proceed further, and I'll share with you a little bit what are the possible timelines that if you ever plan of getting Terra Hill in 2023. What are the few years down the road? What are the few phases of the Greater Southern Waterfront that you can actually plan for your exit? So what is Greater Southern Waterfront? All right, Greater Southern Waterfront is actually a transformation of the 30-kilometer southern coastline of Singapore. All right, so Greater Southern Waterfront is slated to be a new live, work, play, vibrant waterfront precinct, and of which it will be a 2,000 hectares of land that will open up for new opportunities. All right, so the development will actually begin in phases, the Greater Southern One, because it is going to be a long process. So it'll be going through phases. So one of the early phases will be the transformation, or rather the redevelopment of the former Pasir Panjang Power District. All right, the Keppel Club, Mount Faber, and a few more. All right, so I'll just touch on a little bit. Like I mentioned, I will not touch on everything, but whatever I'm going to share today will be able to give you a very good exit plan if you are looking to exit Terra Hill maybe within the next 10 years. All right, it will actually give you a very clear mind of what are the phases, what's going to happen. All right, so this can actually form part of an investment portfolio as well. Terra Hill can form part of the investment portfolio as well. All right, so like I mentioned, I'm proud to say that Terra Hill, we are in the right smack of the Greater Southern Waterfront. Now, this is not the entire 30 kilometers southern coastline. It's actually a very long area. It stretches all the way to Botany area. So this is just the Pasir Panjang terminal itself. But Terra Hill, we are right smack in the Greater Southern Waterfront. Okay, so the next part, which is very significant, has also been announced, is actually the Keppel Club redevelopment. Now, the land lease has actually ended for the Keppel Golf Club. All right, has actually been phased up. And if you have read the news, it's been reported in the newspapers that within this area, there will be a new residential precinct, of which there will be 9,000 of new public as well as private homes. Okay, now, of which these 9,000 houses, if I'm not mistaken, it should be 6,000 public housing and 3,000 private homes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all the new government land sales that we actually that's released by government, all of them are based on a 99 years lease. Government is no longer releasing any more freehold land. So the only chance of getting new freehold plots is only if the older freehold developments get en bloc. So the newer developments will all be 99. So for the Keppel Club area, for the 3,000 private housing, you should be expecting they are all sitting on the 99 years lease. So between the 99 years and the freehold, which will you choose? Which will you choose? You see, I'm sure a lot of buyers actually in today's market is actually moving towards the freehold. If I can land myself on a freehold development, for legacy planning, for, I can hold it for long term. I do not really have to worry about the lease running out for the 99 years. I can actually live it. I may pass it on to my kids or my grandchildren, that can form a part of the plan. All right. So that's why Terra Hill being a freehold development is so rare. It's really so rare, and yet it's 350 meters away from MRT. And the next few lands coming out in Keppel Club, it will be 99. All right. So that will make Terra Hill something very special. All right. And something for investors or for buyers to actually look forward to buying in the future as well. All right. So this is the Keppel Club redevelopment. Now next, so this is actually announced in the last National Day rally. So if you can see, like for over at this part, you can see PFA, 3 city terminals over at Tanjong Pagar, Keppel as well as Botany will actually move over to Tuas. All right, they will actually move over to Tuas, and then they first, and then the Pasir Panjang terminals will actually move at a later date. All right, so this was actually announced and by our Prime Minister, and it looks like works are really beginning, and they are definitely moving towards the timeline, which is good because it has not been announced once the city terminals actually moved out from Tanjong Pagar, Keppel, and Botany. What will the land be used for? It is something for everybody to look forward to, because this will be future plans. This will be the future plans with the Greater Southern Waterfront. So so this will be very exciting. Now, if you plan to hold Terra Hill for a later period, all right, you might want to wait for the announcements or the plans for these areas, and if this development actually push up the prices even further for Greater Southern Waterfront, your investment in 2023, all right, you can actually hold it longer and bear fruit at a later stage. Anyway, it's freehold. All right, you do not have to be limited by the lease of the development. All right, so the next will be actually the redevelopment of the Pasir Panjang Power District. So this is actually the former powerhouse that has already been decommissioned. So according to URA website, it will be redeveloped within these 5 years, and there is a potential, all right, to turn it into a vibrant mixed-use lifestyle destination. All right, so within these 5 years, we should also be looking at transformation within this Pasir Panjang Power District. All right, and not only that, Terra Hill is actually located very close to a lot of nature. So if you are a nature lover, you would like to live near to nature, Terra Hill is also something that this is also something that Terra can actually offer, can offer you as well. All right. So I touched a little bit on the southern regions earlier. So this is actually a blown up map of what the southern regions actually constitutes of. All right. So this will actually link from Cambridge Park. All right. You will lead to Hort Park, Telok Blangah Hill Park, as well as Mount Faber Park. Okay. And like I mentioned, developer will be constructing a side gate that will actually lead from Terra Hill into East Road, where you can actually connect directly to Cambridge Park and you can enjoy the southern regions immediately. So if you are a nature lover, this is what Terra Hill can also offer you. And not only that, okay, there is also plan for a new nature park network, right, which was centered at the Labrador Nature Parks towards the south. All right, towards the south of Terra Hill itself. All right, so it will comprise of 11 sites, of which 4 are new parks. So you'll be able to connect all the way to King's Dock. All right, King's Dock. It's going to be a very nice area. So future residents of Terra Hill, you have a choice. You will get to choose whether if you want to use the southern regions or you want to go to this Labrador Park. But if you're a nature lover, this is what Terra Hill can actually offer you. All right. So not forgetting MRT, essential for whether it's for homeowners or if you plan to look at, or rather if you're looking at Terra Hill for investment, MRT is something essential, all right, for your tenants or even for your family members who want an easy commute to work or even to various parts of Singapore as well. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, Terra Hill is approximately 350 meters to Pasir Panjang MRT, and it's just a 4 minutes walk. All right, just a 4 minutes walk. So we are 3 stations to Harbourfront, all right, to Harbourfront MRT, of which you can actually connect to the Northeast line, which is the purple line, all right, which is the purple line. So you can take 3 stops to Harbourfront, and then it will lead you to Northeast line. You can also take 3 stops towards the other direction. It will lead you to 1 North or 4 stops to Buona Vista, which you can actually change to the green line, which is the east-west line. Now, Circle Line loop will actually is expected to complete in 2026. All right. And what is this loop? And what is this loop all about? All right. As of now, the Circle Line is actually not entirely within a circle. All right. There are missing stations here. So this so the idea within the closing out of the loop in 2026 is you will be able to connect Harbourfront all the way to Marina Bay when it's completed, which also means from Terra Hill, all right, from Pasir Panjang MRT, you are 7 stops, just 7 stops away from Marina Bay. You are just 7 stops away from CBD area as well. So if you are working around CBD, I think 7 stops, 7 MRT stops to work is definitely very convenient. If you are looking for tenants, all right, tenants who are looking at who's working around CBD, Terra Hill will also be one of the very good options. Now, especially if they want to live away from the city area, if they do not want to live in downtown, like for example, Shenton Way, Marina area, they want it to be close to nature, Terra Hill is definitely one of the options that your tenants can look at. Okay. Now, so just a quick touch also on the highway. So we are a short drive to AYE, and we are also easily connected to West Coast Highway. So this is West Coast. So this is West Coast Highway. And a point to note: there will be a future road connecting from the South Buona Vista Road and directly leading to the AYE Expressway in the future. So once this is completed, the traveling time from AYE coming back to Terra Hill might even be shorter. So this is actually where Terra Hill is located. All right, so we've got MRT, and then at the same time we have also got transportation in terms of the driving. You can go to major expressways, so that's also possible. So Terra Hill is definitely very easily connected to major roads in Singapore as well. Okay, so just a quick touch on the business as well as the potential tenant pools and what are the amenities around Terra Hill itself and what it can actually offers you. All right, so we are probably about 3 minutes drive to Maple 3 Business City. All right, we are also very near to Science Park. Okay, 3 stops to One North, and also the future 7 stops to Marina Bay, which is the CBD itself. Okay, and oops. Okay, so in terms of the amenities, all right, so we are 6 minutes, also 6 minutes walks to Pasir Panjang Food Center, which is just right beside the MRT itself. Okay, so through the side gate of Terra Hill, you're just 3 minutes walk to Kent Ridge Park. So you can also connect to One North, and you also can go to Vivo City, and we are also a short drive away to Sentosa as well. Okay, why is this critical? Why is knowing the progress of the phases of Greater Southern Waterfront critical for you? Like I mentioned earlier, if you are planning, buying a property, there's always 3 important factors that we're looking at: the point of entry, the period of holding, as well as when to exit. So knowing the phases of Greater Southern Waterfront, it can actually assist you to actually plan your exit. There's something for you to look forward to. It is not like there's no plan at all. You are just hoping for things to happen. But for now, if you are looking to invest or purchase in Terra Hill, you already know what is going to happen in the next few years. All right, and that will be able to aid you in the planning of your exit strategy as well. All right, so I'll just touch on a little based on the phases that has actually been announced for the Greater Southern Waterfront. But as Greater Southern Waterfront continues to develop, when there are more plans that has been announced, all right, you can actually time your exit accordingly as well. All right, but I'll just touch on what we already know and what we can actually find out, or rather what has actually been announced by the government. Okay, so planning your exit strategy. So for example, in 2023, if you intend to purchase a Terra Hill, whether for investment or own stay, all right, so we should be looking at something like in 2026, that's where the completion of the Circle Line loop. All right, we should be looking at the circle of the completion. Okay, so within 2007 itself, that is where PSA is moving the city terminal from Tanjong Pagar, Keppel, as well as Brani for 2027. It will be shifted to Tuas first. All right, this 3 city terminal will shift over to Tuas first. Okay, so what you expect between 2026 and 2027, that will be the launch of the residential at Keppel Club site. So like I mentioned earlier on this as well, the private housing that we are expecting on this Keppel Club site, high chance, okay, it's a very high chance it will be a 99. It will not be a freehold. All right, it will not be a freehold. Now, if we are expecting Terra Hill, now we have not gotten the expected TOP from developers yet, but let's just take a time frame of maybe 4 to 5 years from the time of 2023. So we should be looking at Terra Hill TOP probably by the year of 2027, 2028. But like I mentioned, this is just an estimate. It is not firm. We are still waiting for the confirmation from developers on this, but this is just for illustration. All right. So what I want to say is this: if this land, if Keppel Club site, the private land has already been released, and if indeed in 2026 and 2007, because it's a waterfront living and the land sales is significantly higher than Terra Hill, that can be your first exit. Because when the land is actually sold higher for a 99, and when developers actually sell it for a profit, okay, and if the price is actually significantly higher than Terra Hill, that can be your first exit. That can be your first exit. So potentially, you might be able to sell Terra Hill even before its TOP. Potentially, yeah. Like I said, we are still waiting, so there's no confirmation yet, but I'm just giving an illustration on this. All right. But if you plan to hold on the property a little longer, there's a chance you can actually wait for this city terminal to actually move out from Tanjong Pagar, Keppel, as well as Botany, and wait for the announcement. What does the government plan to do within this area? Are they going to build more housing? Are they going to be more private housing? Is there going to be more work area? You know, what's this area going to be? Because whenever there's a new proposal, whenever there's new plans within Greater Southern Waterfront, it will actually have a big impact on the price, on the nearby prices of the housing within the Greater Southern Waterfront. And like I said, Terra Hill, we are right smack in the middle. All right. So these are the and another thing that we already know is actually the redevelopment of the Pasir Panjang Power Station, which I mentioned. The URA did mention that the redevelopment should happen within the next 5 years, and also by 2024, the Pasir Panjang terminal, all right, will actually move out. Okay, so very interesting period from 2027, or even like from 2026 to 2040. This period, we want to know what's the confirmation of the redevelopment of the Pasir Panjang Power Station. We want to know what are the plans after the city terminal has actually moved out from Tanjong Pagar, Keppel, as well as Botany. We want to know what's going to happen to the land over at Pasir Panjang terminal when it moves out. Because if there are going to be more housing, there's going to be more development. Like I said, if that's going to have an impact on the prices, because you purchase Terra Hill at 2023, which is way before, which is in today's market, you are very much looking at the future. Because buying new launches, we are definitely looking at the future. We are not looking at now, right? Because when you are buying a brand new launch, we have to factor in the construction. All right, if you plan to stay, so that will be another 5 years down the road. So buying a building under construction or brand new development, like for example Terra Hill, your plan should be easily like 10 to 15 years, kind of like a time frame. Which I'm sure for Terra Hill itself, from 2023 all the way to 2040, you already more or less have a map of like what are the key happenings within this Greater Southern Waterfront, and that can actually help you in planning your exit. And ladies and gentlemen, Greater Southern Waterfront doesn't end when Pasir Panjang terminal moves out. There is a bigger plan for Greater Southern Waterfront, which we are not too sure yet. All right, we are still waiting for the government to actually release more information on that. Okay, so but nevertheless, like I said, Terra Hill is actually a freehold development. You are not limited by the 99 years leasehold development, right? So Terra Hill is a freehold, so you can really hold and enjoy the transformation, and yet possibly also enjoy the capital appreciation of your property. Okay, so I'll now go into the development details. So I will not touch on what are government plans. I'll go more into the development details based on what the developers have actually given to us. All right, so the project name, as mentioned many times since the start of this webinar, is actually Terra Hill. All right, so the address will actually be Yu Xiang Road. We are a condominium in District 5. So total, there will be 270 units, of which there will be 9 blocks of 5-story plus attic. and we will also have units that comes with private lifts. Okay, I'll touch a little bit more on that later. So in terms of the car park lots, we will have 274 car park lots, inclusive of 4 handicap lots plus EV lots. All right. So now it is again the car park ratio is like 1:1, which I think if you are aware, some of the developments that's very near to MRT, they actually do not provide 1:1. But yet Terra Hill, the developer, is giving you a 1:1 car park ratio. All right. So the tenure of the land is freehold. So the show flat type within the show flat type will be, we will actually have 3 show flat type. One is actually the 2+ study, which is the 807 square feet. We also have the 3-bedroom 1087 square feet, and we will also have the 4-bedroom, which is the 1894 square feet, which is the type DP1. For any of you that's looking at big units, all right, Terra Hill is able to offer you our 4 bedrooms at 1,800 over square feet. And if you're looking at the big 5-bedroom penthouse, we even have the 3,000 square feet that we can actually offer you. But if you're looking at not such a big unit, we also have the 2 bedroom all the way to a 4-bedroom and even a 5-bedroom that Terra Hill can also offer you as well. All right, so I'll touch a little bit on how the distribution mix later. All right, so the architect will be P&T Consultant, main contractor, Straits Construction Singapore. All right, so M&E and C&S engineer as mentioned. All right, so the development feature, like I mentioned, okay, so development feature, so this is one of the awards the developer is actually targeting towards achieving, which is the Green Mark Platinum as well as the super low energy. So part of the targets or part of what will be offered within the development, which actually includes, there will be solar panel, all right, provision to actually cover the energy load for some of the common areas within Terra Hill itself. There will be EV lots, all right, with EV charger provision. All right, there will also be energy efficient for lights as well as lifts. 90% 3 ticks for all water fittings, energy efficient air condition, 5 ticks, and there will also be recyclable tube provision. And every unit will also come with a ceiling fan to actually enhance the natural ventilation within the unit. Okay, so this is the unit mix now. For the unit mix in Terra Hill itself, there will be 2 collections, namely Signature as well as Prestige collection. So for the Signature collection, we have the 2-bedroom, we will have a 2+ study as well as a 3-bedroom layout. And not only that, we will also have the 3-bedroom penthouse, the 4-bedroom, which will be about 1,300 over square feet. We have the 4-bedroom penthouse as well as the 5-bedroom penthouses. All right. For the Prestige collection, there will only be 2-bedroom types for the Prestige collection. So that is where the 4-bedroom, which is the 1,894 square feet, versus the 4-bedroom at the Signature, which is only 1,300 square feet. Okay, and we also got the 5-bedroom penthouse, which is the 3,035 square feet. So this adds up total to 270 units for Terra Hill. Okay, so what else is installed? What else can Terra Hill offer you? So this is actually the site plan for Terra Hill. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you can't see where are the facilities, if you can't see the unit number and you want to know what are the bedroom types in each of the stack or each of the block, and you can't see from here, not to worry, all right? The ERA cluster advisor who invited you for this webinar will have the information sent to them soon. So you can always check with them and they will actually be able to do a more detailed presentation with you. All right, and you can actually understand, like for example, where are the bedroom types that you're looking at and what is the facing they're looking at. So they will be able to share a little bit more information with you. All right. So for my part, so what I'll be doing more is I'll be sharing with you where are the Signature collection located within Terra Hill and where are the Prestige collection located within the Terra Hill itself. Okay, so this will be 6 blocks of 5-story plus attic. Attic is for the penthouses. So this will form the Signature collection. All right, this will form the Signature collection, and the 3 blocks over here will actually form the Prestige collection. So as mentioned, the Prestige collection will only have 2 bedroom types. One is the 4-bedroom, which is the 1,894, as well as the 5-bedroom penthouse. So each of the blocks will only have 2 units. All right, we'll only have 2 units for this 3 Prestige, whereas for The rest of the blocks for the signature collection, there will be 8 units per level. Okay, now we call Terra Hill as a hilltop home. So, and as you can see, the beautiful Terra Hill is actually sitting on top of a hill. All right, so let me just show you a sectional view of Terra Hill and how the entire Terra Hill actually looks like. Okay, and this is also what the architect shared with us. So this is actually the start of the, so this is actually Yuxiang Road, so the entrance towards Terra Hill itself. Okay, so if you can see that these are all the basement car parks. All right, so if you can see that the basement car parks are also like one level higher than one another. Okay, and according to the architect, from the foot of Yuxiang Road to the top landscape, all right, landscape facilities of Block 20, which is the highest block within the development, it is at least a 20 meters elevation. The difference is approximately 20 meters. So the further the blocks within Terra Hill, you will actually be sitting on a higher ground. Okay, you will actually be sitting on the higher ground. So what about the orientation of the entire development? So how does it work? Okay, so if you can see from here, so the blocks are mainly oriented towards the northeast, all right, as well as the northwest direction. So the idea is actually to get the maximum view for each and every of the units within Terra Hill itself, and also to minimize the west facing. And the block 20, 20, and 28 on the higher floor units, you will get a glimpse of a sea view as well. All right. So the next slide, I will actually be showing the view looking towards this direction. All right, looking towards this direction. So if you can see, so the one that's marked in red is actually Terra Hill. So this is actually facing towards this direction. So these are all the landed houses, low rise. So you are sitting, and because Terra Hill is actually sitting on top of a hill, so so you might potentially get actually very, very nice unblocked view. All right, but this is just a drone view, but this does not give a true representation of the actual unit that you're buying as well. So this is just to let you know that the blocks, the flats over here are all the landed houses. So if the higher the floor, you'll probably be getting an unblocked view as well. All right, so this is the artist impression for block 20, 20A as well as 20B. You'll be able to see a glimpse of the sea view right over here. Okay, so in terms of the facilities-wise, facilities will actually be split into 6 zones within Terra Hill. First will be what we call the arrival. Second is the valley. Third is the sanctuary. We will have the alcove as well. The enclave. Enclave will actually be where the main facilities are. For example, the function room, the gym, the 50 meters pool. All right. And also the lastly will be the hillside. So like I mentioned, I will not be able to run through all the facilities with you, but I'll just touch on a little bit on the concept of some of the facilities and also show you a little bit of the perspective. All right. So this is where the enclave is. So where the 50 meters pool, so you actually can see that we actually have a function room as well as a media screening room. So this is something that very interests me a lot. So whenever there's football game, whenever there's World Cup rugby, you can actually book this to actually share and enjoy a session with a friend, or even you can actually use this media room as a meeting room as well. All right, clubhouse. Okay, and another idea that developer is actually bringing into Terra Hill is actually the gym and the social space. So this is like, for example, if you're, couple, husband and wife, like for example, the wife wants, the husband wants to do gym, but the wife doesn't want to do the gym. So having this social space, the wife can actually be reading newspaper, reading book, while the husband is actually working out. So they can still be together, they can still be spending time together, but doing activities within the same enclosed space. Something special because we never see a gym actually having a social space. So this is actually a very nice idea that's actually been brought up in Terra Hill. Okay, so alcove is also something I want to brought up because I think kids will actually love this idea. Okay, so this is just an artist impression. So we actually have the quick room over here. So this is where a function room. So if you're going to hold a kids party, this is the best place to book. You do not want to book a function room that's near to the 50 meters pool. You want to book the creek. All right, so this can be act as a function room. So they can see for kids, right? They can actually be playing this slide. So they can climb up this, slide down, all right? And then they can walk to the end of this area. There will be another slide, all right? And then they can actually be hopping onto the creek, all right? Hopping onto the creek, ending their adventure, and they can restart again. So not to worry, the water over here, as taught by developers, are all ankle deep. So kids, so you don't have to worry about kids falling in, or rather, this is actually a very safe environment for kids to actually play and also to have fun with water, you know. Okay, so I'll go into the floor plans. So I'll only touch on 3 floor plans. We have more floor plans, but developers have so far only released 3 floor plans. These 3 floor plans are actually the show flat unit within Terra Hill itself. Okay, so I will touch on 2 floor plans, which is the signature collection, and I'll touch on 1, which is the prestige collection. So this is the 2 plus study. All right, 2 plus study, 807 square feet. Very functional layout. We mainly call this a butterfly layout. All right. Sorry, we mainly call this a butterfly layout. So one of the ideas is actually because there's actually no corridor, a very compact layout. There's no wastage of space. All right. So there's also a flexibility to actually convert this study, to combine this study with the bedroom too. I forgot to highlight this development will not be it's not a PVVC construction. It will not be a PVVC construction. So if you have plans to actually join this study and this bedroom too, you can actually do it on your own after collection of keys, you know, submit the plans, and then you can actually do it. So one of the ideas that the architect was saying that you can actually cover this up, open this, and then you can actually have a much bigger bedroom too, as well as a study area. All right, so you actually have a flexibility to convert some of the layouts here as well. All right, so like I mentioned, all the units will have a fan provision. Okay, so spacious bedroom to fit a king size bed. This is as advised by the architect. All the master bedroom will be able to fit a king size bed. Okay, so the kitchen itself, there's also a flexibility if you want to enclose a 2-bedroom. Enclose the kitchen into enclose this kitchen. A lot of new developments, I think the 2-bedroom comes with an open concept kitchen, but for Terra Hill, you actually have a flexibility if you actually plan to actually enclose this up. And something to add is 2-bedroom plus 3 comes with a household shelter. Okay, which is something that's missing out in a lot of 2-bedrooms in today's market. All right, so if you're looking for a small unit for investment, or if you're a single and plan to buy a 2-bedroom or 2 plus study, I think this layout is actually very functional. And I'm sure tenants or even residents will actually love this layout as well. Okay, so the next layout will actually be a 3-bedroom, which is a type C5. So again, the fan, there will be a provision of the fan for the unit. So now this is actually the kitchen. So there will be a corner glass. So corner glass, and it actually allows natural lights coming in from the balcony to shine into the kitchen area. All right, so this is something I also like, which a lot of people are fearful that the kitchen is a little bit dark. So having this corner glass will actually allows a natural light to get into the kitchen. All right, so we have a very long kitchen workspace. Okay, as you can see, the very long kitchen workspace. I'm sure a lot of families will actually love having this. Okay, so the next is now the household shelter will also be fitted with a slide fold door for helper privacy. So if a private, so when your helper is resting in the room, they do not have to close the main metal door. They can just close this fold door. They will be provided by the developers. All right. So the toilet and the WC are all naturally ventilated. Okay. Within the master room, there will be an extra window, which again, if you can see, most of the master bedroom, you will only have windows on one side. Okay, one side of the bedroom as well. All right. So again, master bedroom, as mentioned, all right, master bedroom will be able to fit a king size bed. Okay, so I'll come to the last floor plan that's been released by the developer. So this is actually the prestige collection, which is the 4-bedroom, which is the 1,894 square feet. A very interesting layout. Let me just share with you. All right. So first of all the units comes with a private lift. So one level, there will only be 2 units. All right. So it comes with a private lift. The frontage of the living room will be a good 6 meters. All right. Now, in such a situation, most of the developments that we see, we will have a living area as well as a dining area just within this entire frontage, but not for this unit. This 4-bedroom 1894, besides having a 6-meter frontage for the living space, we also have an additional space for dining. So the dining and the living is separated. All right, so you can really enjoy the space over at the living, a 6 meters frontage. Okay, so it will be ducted air conditioned for the living, dining, as well as the master bedroom for the type D DP1. All right, for the prestige. All right, so even for the master bedroom, all right, the wall to wall will be a 3.4 meters. Okay, you have a very nice walk-in wardrobe for the master bedroom, and you have a 5-seating bathroom. You have 2 sinks, all right, and you also have a bathtub and a standing shower within the unit itself. Okay, so there will also be an additional storage provision, all right, besides the household shelter, So all bedrooms come with ensuite, all right? So the junior master comes with a junior master bath, master bathroom, master bedroom comes with a master bath, and the other 2 bedrooms comes with a Jack and Jill, all right, Jack and Jill. So again, the WC and the toilets also are all naturally ventilated, all right? So there will also be a slide door, slide-hold door for helpers' privacy. There will be a dry and wet kitchen, all right, for this bedroom type. And there will also be a powder room. All right, for this particular layout, okay, which is again very special. You have a powder room for a 4-bedroom. All right. Now, to a summary for Terra Hill, like I mentioned, we have not received all the floor plans. So please go ahead to to inform your ERA trusted advisor if you would like to get hold of the floor plans once they are released, and also to understand a little bit more. But let me run through the summary for today's for my segment first. All right, so Terra Hill, we are the first freehold launch in 2023. All right, we are situated in the RCR. We are District 5. Okay, we are right smack in the entire transformation. So I hope if you can recall the example that I shared with you for the transformation in Marina Bay. All right, if you have missed that, you will not want to miss the transformation in Greater Southern Waterfront. Okay, we are 350 meters to Pasir Panjang MRT. All right, and the Circle Line is expected to complete. All right, in 2026. We are well connected to major expressway. All right. If you talk about the leisure, recreation, it's not food centers, Cambridge Park, Sentosa is all nearby. All right. Business, commercials are also within the vicinity. For example, Maple Tree. So for those who are working around the vicinity or plans to find a tenant within that vicinity as well, you know, you would. I seriously doubt Terra Hill will be. I mean, you will have a hard time finding tenants because the businesses are all around. And furthermore, we are 7 stops away from CBD in the future once the Circle Line is actually completed in 2026. All right, and Terra Hill is developed by award-winning developer APAC Realty Sunway Development. We are in a good location. We are in a good layout. We are good design, and it is a good timing because we are right smack at the transformation, at the start or the beginning of the transformation of Greater Southern Waterfront. All right, so to end off, the target preview date is expected to be on the 10th of February 2023. All right, so please book your appointments with your ERA trusted advisor, the one who invited you to today's webinar. You can actually start to let them know your availability from 10 onwards, you know. From 10 onwards, let them take note so that when the dates and timings are out there, they will be the first to actually help you secure. And like I mentioned, you can also let them know if you would like to receive further updates, like for example, the floor plans or even the site plans when they actually been released by the developers. With that, I thank you, and I hope you like what I shared with you on Terra Hill. With this, I'll pass it over back to Gopal.
Thank you, Jim. For freehold lovers out there, Terra Hill is definitely the project to look out for in the first quarter of next year. With an infinite tenure to keep pace with the developments of Singapore's southern coast into Singapore's future CBD. We will now go for a short break, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. sharp, where we will have another session, this time on something different. Ever wondered, you know, what's the allure of industrial properties? We have an industry veteran to share more with you on the upcoming City Food Nex. So stay tuned, we'll be back at 3. Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our ERA New Launch Showcase 2023. For today's final session, we have something very interesting for you. Residential real estate investment is common, and this is the thing that we mostly hear about. But there's also a very active industrial real estate scene that many investors can benefit from, but do not fully understand. So today, let us welcome Senior Executive Group Director Daniel Phua to share more about this exciting market segment and the upcoming City Food Nex. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you, Koh Fong. Hold on, let me just start my video. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe you have gone through the showcase since morning till now. So this is the last segment that we are holding, and of course, it's different from the other presenters that they are presenting. So in this coming 2023, we will be first quarter will be launching this super exciting City Food Nex, which is a food factory. So I hope basically you are able to later on get some insights into this development. All right, so without further ado, I will just move on to for my presentation. All right, so this is just a disclaimer. Whatever we presented or the information basically do not regard any specific investment objective or financial situation. All right. All right, so first of all, importantly is why do we need to buy the this City Food Nex itself or the food factory? Is because if you already have existing property, residential property, if you to buy your second property at this point of time, there will be an additional buyer stamp duty. So there are some this investor or buyers that they are not willing to pay this ABSD as well. That's where they are moving on to the commercial properties in Singapore. So very luckily that ERA, we have been appointed as one of the marketing agencies for this City Food Factory. All right, I mean the City Food Nex food factory itself. That will be later on. I'll share with you the area. Where is it? It's actually in Mandai itself, where you are able to save on the ABSD, and of course there are much advantages that you are able to get if you were to buy this property itself. Now, if you're a foreigner tuning in right now, or you have any clients that is having a intention to buy a property in Singapore, and yet they do not want to pay the hefty of additional buyer stamp duty of 30%, feel free to reach out to the ERA agents that invited you, or feel free to reach out to your clients, so that they are able to purchase this property without any payment of the additional buyer stamp duty. All right, and of course the next question of course is whether this is GST payable. Yes, for the property itself is GST payable, but not to worry if you are buying this property and you don't have any this commercial office or company to purchase this property itself. We have the specialized people that will help you to able to set up an entity, and in return you are able to claim back the GST. All right, if you were to purchase. So this is not considered one of the charges will be incurred into your investment at your point of view. And of course I want to touch on is the limited supply. If you were to see that firstly is industrial. If you were to follow the news since 2012, the industrial is in terms of freehold that is coming out is very less. All right, and this property itself is actually a freehold property now. And of course if you talk about food factory, is much more limited in terms of supply, because you need a very stringent license of the SFA, which is Singapore Food Agency, to approve for it to be a food itself, a qualified food factory, so that you are able to convert to a food factory. Okay, and of course there is because of the shortage of supply, there will be a potential capital appreciation where you are able to embark on, and of course you are able to reap from the investment that you are putting in. Okay, so this is the reason of the food factory. There's a lot of be it end user or investor that they are really keen into buying this property itself. Now lastly, the most important thing, if you do know that we've gone through the recession, I mean not recession, sorry, the COVID itself, and you do know that the only recession proof is the food. All right, but the problem right now is there's since budget 2019, the government actually has increased the foreign worker quota. So that's where a lot of people, if they want to engage a foreign worker itself, they need to have a lot of this Singaporeans to work in the company before they are able to hire just one foreign worker. Which if you were to go around right now into restaurants, all this, you will see that mostly the waiter, waitresses are very limited. So that is one thing that a lot of restaurants owners, and of course the F&B owners, they are switching into having a food factory themselves, where they are able to process their food, and after that they will distribute out into their restaurants itself. Okay, so I want to touch on also is the other thing is because of the Singapore population, that if you were to see in terms, this is our white paper that was published in 2018 itself. If you were to see 2020, we need to hit a minimum of 5.8 million to 6 million. And of course, 2030, our government has set a benchmark of reaching out minimally to 6.5 million people. So this is in return is saying that the population is increasing where people need to eat. So this is where a sector right now that you are able to embark on before the increase on the population, where there are a lot of F&B will be set up to serve all these people. And this is one of the factor that you are able to look it as a long-term goal before the 2030 mark of 6.5 million. All right. So just now, as I mentioned, if you miss out, Channel News Asia actually has came out on 2019, 18 February, that there's a foreign worker quota in the service sector. All right. So it will be cut by 2021. So that was 2 years ago itself. So right now, if you were to see, basically we really have for F&B owners, if you have anybody that is F&B owners, your friends or whoever, you understand what I'm saying. All right, basically it's really difficult to engage a foreign worker at this point of time, and that's where Food Factory is one of the factors of this, be it the tenants or be it the operators, the owners, where they are shifting their perspective into Food Factory rather than having a cooking place in their restaurants where we take up space. Secondly, is that they are not able to get so many staff or chef in their business itself. All right. So this is one of the news that you are able to extract out. All right. So you can see since 2019, the research the Colliers itself, the research company, basically have put what it says is that Food Factory likely to see a robust growth. All right. And because of all this thing, there's a demand for Food Factory expected to stay healthy. All right. So why? Because Singapore is a food haven. Every tourist come, you even your friends or anybody that is staying overseas, or you will understand that Singapore is a food haven. So wherever we are in Asia Pacific, a lot of people are basically coming into our food. Now, secondly, is because of the right now, if you were to see there's a Food Panda that's open up and Grab, all this and that. So a lot of people basically are right now going into food deliveries to home. All right, even for our kids or whatsoever, they really right now, the youngsters, they don't really want to go out itself. So that's where this is also one of the factors that is bringing up the demand for Food Factory. And you can see that in terms of region, on the licensed Food Factory on the bottom in the box, we don't really have quite a fair bit of Food Factory. All right, so you can see the number of licensed Food Factory, 507 on the north side, west side is 455, the east is 262, and central 239 and 131. But if you were to see, I'd just like to point out, for example, if we talk on the north, for JTC Food Hub at Sinoco, all this, and you are not able to purchase. All right, among all, you are not able to purchase. You can only rent from JTC itself. Okay, and if in the west, you were to see Jurong Food Hub, CWT Co Hub, this one you are not able to purchase as well. So that is where, although they are Food Factory, but the problem is mostly all owned by government, and you are only able to lease from them. Whereas right now you are able to own a piece of this Food Factory, which is you are able to add into your collection. All right, if you are investor itself, you are a veteran investor, you are able to add it into your portfolio so that you have a diversified portfolio itself. All right, other than your residential properties or your commercial properties. All right, so the other thing, as I mentioned just now earlier on, if you were to remember, I say right now, after the COVID, actually a lot of people are going on to Grab, Food Panda, food deliveries to home. All right, and there's also, after the COVID period, a lot of entrepreneurs that started off during the circuit breaker. If you were to see on Instagrams, on online, there are home bakers that starts to bake cakes and they start to sell. All right, but the problem is with this home baker is that their house is, the capacity of electricity is not enough to do a big scale. All right, from the time they start from small scale till their orders increases, the house provision of electricity and the appliances are not able to cater to their big scale production. So a lot of all this small time entrepreneur, online entrepreneur that they are doing, they are all right now flooding into what we call the cloud kitchen. Now, cloud kitchen, what is it? Is also referred as ghost kitchen or a virtual kitchen. That purely basically what it says is that they most of these small business F&B or the bakeries, all this, they will do all their business online. So whatever you can see is on their online platform, be it on the website, be it on the Instagram. That's where you start to order. And when they take order, this is where the kitchen will receive order and they start to prepare. All right. So there's a lot of, right now, we call the F&B, this startup business, they are right now flooding into the cloud kitchen. Because if you're a food kitchen, usually is super big, but a cloud kitchen sizes will be very small and therefore is affordable for them, which I will share later on my slides. So I just want you to take note of this thing. If you have never heard before a cloud kitchen, do check it out on this cloud kitchen itself. Right now it's the in thing. So before any ones or any more products that are coming out, I mean, in terms of Food Factory, be the pioneer to embark as an investor to buy, and so that you are able to lease to all these operators. And the rental yield is super fantastic. All right, because of the small size, the rental yield can go as high as about 7 to 8%. All right, so therefore all this kitchen, they will prepare the menu, and they will what it does is that all this delivery like Foodpanda, Grab, all will go to this cloud kitchen and deliver the products to your doorstep. All right, so that's where they don't need to open a restaurant. And a lot of people don't want to open a restaurant at this point of time because of high rental and because of difficult to get worker. So that's the reason for this type of operation. They only need 2 to 3 operators to be able to function like online restaurants. All right, so this is one of the studies as shown. Why buy a food factory and why convert it into a cloud kitchen? All right, you can see that since COVID, the delivery sales has actually increased 200%. All right, and it's increasing year on year. So you can see on this that it has really changed the way consumer dine and shop. Now, previously, when you ask before COVID, if you would ask us to do online delivery orders, we will feel that it's very hassle and there's no, I'd rather pay money to go to a restaurant to eat, right? But after the COVID itself, I can tell you that the changes or the behavior of people, of the diners, has already changed. You can get any food from anywhere when you have any cravings. All right, just have to click onto the online platform. That's where you are able to get whatever you want, be it ice cream to the very product of Indian food, Chinese food, or whatsoever. So the dynamics and the whole behavior of F&B diners has really changed. So that's the reason we have to emphasize onto if the dynamics has changed and the behavior has changed, where should I go into to invest? Where is the upcoming sector that you are able to be involved in? All right, doesn't matter that you are not a cook or a chef. All right, of course, everybody wants to be in F&B business because it's thriving at the moment. We may not be a chef, but we are part of the chain. So as long as you are part of the chain, you will earn the profits from there. All right, so as I mentioned, first of all, as population is increasing, therefore a lot of people there's a demand for food. Now, if you don't know how to cook, don't have to learn how to cook and pay money to be a chef itself. Just be in the part of the chain where it's growing. All right, so that you are able to see that the sales is growing. Definitely there will be a demand. In return, the rental or the capital appreciation will be there as well. So let's look at this customer preference. What are their age group in terms from 2015 to 2019? So you can see that there's an increasing trend of food deliveries. Okay, so this is a global consumer demand for convenient prepared items surging. So how often do you order, delivery, or pick up prepared food? So you can see since 2015, which is the blue one, till the 2019, the age group for 15 years old to 29 has increased tremendously year on year. All right, and you will see at the age of 30 to 44, it has also increased. So this sector is the one that increased the most. Of course, definitely because this sector are the one that are earning money. The 29 one probably is still using their parents' money itself, or they just started work. So the main bulk of the growth you can see is at the age of 30 to 44. So now I want, if you are between this range, ask yourself seriously, do you order food online? Be it pao cha, be it drinks or whatsoever. I mean, do you order food online very regularly from the time 2 years or 3 years ago before the pandemic has started? Our answer is yes. Now, even if you look at the age of 45 to 59, which is those slightly older age people, it's also an increasing trend that they are able to use the online platform to order food. All right. Now, of course, lastly, we look at 60 plus. It's also increasing trend because of educated people. They know how to use platform. They are able to understand. That's where a lot of people are going on to online ordering of food. All right. So this segment, the potential definitely is there. I mean, if you want to embark on an investment, or be it right now you are an end user itself, you are renting a place, it's best right now you are able to buy your own place because the price is definitely going up. All right. So what I mean by the risk is reduced. So if you were to see, I do a comparison of a brick and mortar restaurant. Now imagine today I'm a restaurant. I'm going to set up a restaurant. And minimally, I need about 1,000 square feet because I need to house a kitchen inside my restaurant itself. In terms of the upfront payment, I will need probably about 300,000. Right? Why? Because there's this renovation cost, there's this rental, there's this security deposit. I add it all up. Basically, I need an upfront payment of approximately about 300,000. Now, if you were to rent a brick and mortar restaurant, minimally the leasing period is 3 to 6 years. Also, it's a long-term commitment. All right. And the time taken to open, if you were to see, usually 2 months because of renovation, you need time, all this and that. And with the material cost right now increasing, so that's where it will increase in your starting operation as well. Now, employers needed, if I open a restaurant, 6 to 8, be it part-time or full-time. And of course, if right now I'm launching new concept, it's very risky because I don't know whether when I put in this 300,000, the public or the diners will be able to accept what I'm launching. So it's a huge risk. All right. So this will definitely greatly affect clientele and branding. So if it's not doing well, so this is on brick and mortar. Whereas if you were to versus the right now the food factory. So actually one of the food factories is called Select. All right. So you can see that the rental of the space is only 116 square feet. And the upfront payment or whatsoever for this cloud kitchen is probably only 10/1,000 because the renovation already done by the owners itself. Exhaust whatsoever, the appliances is already all prepared. Now the leasing period can be short term. Excuse me. All right. So you don't have to be 3 to 6 years because it's about 1 to 2 years. All right. And the time taken to open very fast, 1 week operation. You just bring whatever your cutleries or whatsoever and your material, all your products, you are able to start preparing the food. Okay. And this is very low risk to able to test your market whether is feasible or not. And it can be done easily or digitally without affecting affecting the clientele itself. So this is where you can see that F&B startup owners right now, they are more prone to try new things. All right, so you can see on the online itself, there are more and more bakers, there are more and more people exploring even fine dining food doing online as well. So that's where this is the increased trend of this sector of F&B. All right, so I just want to show you one of the group. There are a few groups that are doing the cloud kitchen, but I'm just going to show you one of the select group they have operation in Tampines, Toa Payoh, all this and that. So the floor, wall tiles, everything is prepared. The exhaust is also prepared already. All right, electrical, all this are prepared. So today, if you are an investor and you want to operate as a cloud kitchen, you need to prepare all this for the this cloud kitchen operator. All right, so this is where the additional cost you need to pump in. But even you pump in this cost, the yield is still fantastic. All right, so of course, if you want to know in more detail, later on, you can reach out to your ERA agents or whoever that invited you, and we will share in depth with you on how you are able to. We have contractors to help you to do up all this segmentize of little small F&B area. Okay, of course, we want to look at the supply in the market as well for food factory. So this is a tabulate of the north, south, east, west, central in terms of what are the units you are able to purchase and what are the sizes. Or if you to see at the central itself, like Wayang, Tijia Food Building, Aljunied Industrial Estate, this is land-based. In central to the south, there's nothing for you to purchase. All this property that I mentioned, you are not able to purchase. They are owned by a single owner. Okay, then we move to the bottom, which is the east side. Probably you are able to purchase the enterprise one and the stack link. All right, but you see the units are limited. There's only 48 units in enterprise one, and stack link is only 57 units. All right, both of these are able to ramp up articulated container itself. Then, of course, if you want to move to the northeast, you will follow me on the northeast itself. There's this Harper Point, which is in Tai Seng. All right, the usable size is about 1,700 square feet, but the problem right now is also, you can see, it's very limited. There's only 24 units. So it's very limited even for you to purchase. Now, if you will move further down to the north, we will have quite a fair bit of units that you're able to select from. All right, we have the Food Exchange, Food Axis, and of course the this Woodlands Loop itself. All right, so this is, but the Food Axis and the Woodlands are by JTC. You can only rent. The only thing you are able to purchase is actually the Food Exchange. Okay, and if we are to move downwards, you can see the Sinoco connection, and of course, you will see the City Food question mark. That's ours. Okay, so that's where we want to show you the difference. All right, we have 110 units for purchase, and of course, if we were to move downwards, below us will be Mandai Food Link. Okay, then of course we have the Mandai Food Fab, which is 47 units. Then we go to the west. Isn't much things you are able to purchase as well, except for the City Food Chain and Food Concept, which already been launched. So right, so if you were to compare on the tenure, the one that are able to purchase that is freehold is ours. So our development is actually quite of the, I mean, in terms of the northwest, we are to the north and northwest. We are the one very limited. There is freehold. First is of course our City Food Nex. Then the next will be the Mandai Food Fab, which is they have about 47 units. All right, then we have the Food Vision. So you can see freehold is getting lesser and lesser that you are able to purchase. All right, mostly government, what they release were all 30 years right now or 20 years. So to own a freehold food factory is a collector item, as I always mention to my clients. It's something to able to collect for your portfolio. It's also something that you are able to collect for your legacy. Because it's perpetually freehold, so you're even able to leave for your next generation to come in the event they want to do any food or whatsoever. All right. And you will see that the trend of food factory, I just want to highlight to you. I just take up one quickly, which is Food Exchange, just now as I mentioned. This is actually the tenure is 60 years one from 2000. And even a leasehold property, the price you can see that is going on the uptrend. But in which point is the one that is earning a lot of money. Actually, if you were to see very clearly, is when the time it launched. Also, when the time it launched, you were to purchase the uptrend. Basically, when it starts to build and nearing to the completion, you can see that the price went up. 2014 will be the will be the point you can see is really the highest peak itself. So the people that actually are the first time owner of this food factory are the ones that are benefiting from it. So if you have not gotten any food factory or any industrial, or you're considering to getting any industrial into your portfolio, seriously do consider this because there isn't much project in the market itself for you to buy for food factory with a very good specs, which I will share on the specs later as well. All right. So for investor or our colleagues down here who first time do industrial or have never sold and bought any industrial or have never sold any industrial before, there's a seller stamp duty, although there's no ABSD, additional buyer stamp duty, but there's a seller stamp duty if you buy industrial. All right, it's a 3-year seller stamp duty since 12 January 2013. So if you will sell the property on the first year, you need to incur a 15% SSD. If you sell within the second year, then there will be a 10%. Of course, third year will be 5%, and fourth year will be nil. All right. So when will the calculation be? Will be the calculation will start on the day of the exercise of your sales and purchase agreement, or exactly the same as our residential procedure. Okay. So for industrial property, as I mentioned, for this product, City Food Nex, there will be a GST of 8% that is charged on the purchase price. But of course, this will be reimbursed if you have a company that is GST registered. Now, if you are, as I mentioned, again, I just want to remind, if today you don't have any company and you're just a personal, you just want to get it, we are able to assist you to form up a company. And from there, we will be able to get our corporate secretary to also help you to see how we are able to claim back the GST for you as well. All right. If you need to really get more in-depth detail, just reach out to us and we will go through with you. All right. So there are two types of people that need to register GST, just for your information sake, just in case if you ask why must register the GST. All right. First is anybody that is, if you were to see the next 4 quarters, this taxable turnover is not more than 1 million, then you do not have to register this GST itself. But if you have a company that is already running and you have already crossed more than 1 million in turnover taxable income, you will need to automatically register a GST. Now, of course, when we are starting out, there is no turnover. When we're starting a company, there's no turnover. And we are able, what we see, if you were to see on the bottom, we can do a voluntary registration on GST. All right. So I mentioned, I would just want to touch again. So right now, if you want to buy this City Food Factory and you set up a company, it's definitely, it don't have this more than 1 million turnover taxable income. All right. So automatically, you don't need to compulsory register this company. But of course, if you want to claim back the 8%, then we need to do a voluntary registration of the company to be GST registered, so that whatever you paid for the GST, you are able to claim back within 3 to 6 months time. Okay, so this is just to give you a bit of the idea itself. Now, I want to touch on to the selling point in terms of this City Food Nex. So I talk about some of the things is the freehold, and of course the limited supply, and of course the good investment rental yield. Right now I want to talk about our unique selling point of this development, City Food Nex. First is that ours is a ramp up. All right, although there are plenty of food factory out there, but some do not have ramp up. And if you do not have ramp up, the first thing is that in the morning when the collection for the delivery, all the lorries will be all stuck on the first floor. So if you are investor, every lorries are stuck on the first floor, tenant will be frustrated. That's where it will be difficult to rent out the unit. All right. So ramp up itself means the lorry is able to go on into your unit to pick up the goods and deliver out. Now, second, we have a super high ceiling. So high ceiling, why is it good? Food factory can also be turned into a cold room. So if you are high ceiling, they are able to build high shelvings, all this to store the food itself. All right. If you do know right now, Singapore government is also very, very into food, because why? Malaysia stopped our chicken, right? So we don't grow our own crops, right? So we are always at the mercy of our neighboring countries sponsoring us food. So that's where government right now is very into food. Be it on your vertical, if you were to hear vertical farming, right now they are doing vertical farming, or be it right now they are encouraging a lot of cold room to stock up the whatever foods they have, so that, at the point of time, if anybody were to threaten not to give us food, we are able to at least hold for a longer period of time. So right now, if you were to see in the market, food, cold room is also one of the sector that is growing. So doesn't mean that you buy this food factory is purely processing food. We can also lease to people that are doing frozen food, all right, for them to do the cold room itself. Now, our developer has also designed to a wide driveway so that you are able to do a fast in, fast out delivery. Because for food, everything is about time. All right, even for the buffet right now, you order at home, by what time the food must be discarded. You are not able to keep the food as well. So for them, it's also the same thing fast now in terms of timing. Now, second thing, the unique selling point, as just now I mentioned, very limited freehold development for food factory. So you are buying a piece of collection that is freehold, perpetually the value will be there. If you were to buy anything that is leasehold itself, as long as the lease gets shorter and shorter, first is because you are not able to get the full loan of 20 to 25 years. Because as the lease gets shorter, you are not able to get the full tenure years. That's where the monthly installment will be high, and that's where the price will start to drop for those that are 20, 30 years. Okay, and for freehold development, is always perpetually there. So that's where it's one of the advantage as well. And most of our design are able to cater to our clients' requirement. Be it whatever food they are doing, we are able to cater to them. Okay, and our location is superb, and we have plenty of lorry lot, and it's not part of the strata as well. And most importantly, food, because they need very high power supply, and we provide orders to individual units. Okay, and the layout is also able to set up your cloud kitchen setting. So eventually, if you are investor, then that's where we talk about the potential high yield. Okay, so one of the plus point that I super love it is we are accessible by a 40-footer container on ground floor. All right, if you were to compare some other products, some is only able to allow 20-footer container. All right, but don't be misleading. There are agents out there that mislead you, telling you that it's a 40-footer container. But what they mean is is 20-footer container. A lot of agents out there are misleading, saying that your food factory is able to deliver 20-footer container, but actually it's not 20 container, it's 20-footer lorry. So some of the agents are not well versed in terms of the lorry classification, and they misrepresent wrongly. So you really have to, as an investor right now, or agents that are marketing to your clients, you have to be very specific and not to misrepresent. All right, because a 20-footer container and a 20-footer lorry is a huge difference. Okay, and container, if you do not know, is if you go to PSA, you see all this container, these are 20-footer container. All right, what they mean by 20-footer lorry is if you see the NTUC one, the NTUC type, the big car, or the Sheng-Siong one, those are the lorries. All right, it's very different, because if you say wrongly, the container, the turnabout or whatsoever, those they are mentioned as lorry, but they use as container. There's no room for the container to do their maneuvering. All right, so ours is 40-footer container, super huge one. That's the maximum. All right, and our level 2 and level 4 are accessible by 20-footer container trucks that are able to ramp up. And of course, we have dual key units for you to easy sublet. If today your clients or yourself that are doing, you don't need such a big space, you are able to create whatever you need and rent out whatever is balanced. Right? Because we have 18 units of this dual key. And our ground floor mezzanine units are with 2 toilets. Only the ground floor have the mezzanine. All right. And of course, we have 4 different type of layout. We got 1 canteen for sale. And mezzanine is only 5 units that is available for you to buy. And level 2 onwards, we also have selected dual key units. All right, our development is using LPG gas and not city gas. All right, that's a huge difference, because LPG gas is what they say, for client is cheaper and is better. All right, and our KED is key exhaust duct. It's not situated in front of the unit. We have one competitor that is selling over there, but the problem is the KED is situated in front of the unit. Ours is outside of the unit. So what is the difference between inside and outside? First is smell, second is the heat. All right, so this is where it's very important. So right now I want to touch on the location itself. You will see the location, we are right smack at the Woodlands Road. So whether in, out, we are very fast. From Mandai Estate, once you turn left out, we are very fast going into the Woodlands Road itself. All right, so the name basically is at Mandai Estate. All right, so we will have a show flat that will be there on site, but we do not know when is the time for the show flat viewing yet. probably developer was telling us at after Chinese New Year. Okay, so we will keep you updated. If you are keen to visit the show flat, just reach out to us, and we will basically have a mock-up unit over there. So if you see in Mandai itself, what is so good about it, you can see it's a whole huge future development or eco district. All right, and of course, you can see in terms of the red line is the MRT itself, and I don't want to touch more of all this, but I want to more of the highlight. You can see that right now, Gain City, all this are all shifting to over this side. So there's a lot of what we talk about the food. We are surrounded all by food itself and accessible in and out. And if you want to hire worker over there, it's very, very much easier, because why? Usually the operator will hire Malaysian, and it's near to Johor itself. So that's where they are very easily able to hire Malaysian people. All right. So this place in terms is very, very advantage. And we will see we have an area shot. This will be the actual site. It will be demolished from the old building, and it will be a rectangular shape. Just right beside the empty land will be building the show flat itself. All right. So this is another view of the area view. All right. Just want to show you also in terms of the road itself is huge for a 40-footer container. And there isn't any illegal parking along the road to prevent the container from moving in and out. So don't have to worry. I mean, all this is to assure you, to show you. Okay, so just to give you a little brief, this will be a 10-story multi-user food factory that is in Mandai Estate. The land category is under B2, and of course our tenure, as I mentioned, is freehold. The site area, as you can see, is quite huge. It's 80,288 square feet itself. All right, and our GFA is approximately about 200,000. Okay, this one expected TOP will be looking at September 2026. Now, if you are end user yourself or your clients is right now looking for a place, try not to be scared by the date, because developer, due to COVID, the legal advice is to put longer, so 2026. But I mean, on verbally, the developer has told us by 2024, and they will probably be completed as itself. So right, so if you are clients that looking at probably a 1-year range, 1+ year or 2-year range, please recommend them to this development, because based on our developers' track records, they are able to build that fast. Okay, so you can see that we are fully ramped up factory all the way to the 10th story, and the number of units is 109 units of food factory plus 1 canteen. Car lots basically is right now we haven't finalized yet, approximately about 41 to 50, and of course we have 1 handicap lots and bicycle lots as well. So at the this 20-footer container lots, we have total 9 lots for the 7.5mm rigid frame. Of course, we got 2 lots for the 40-footer container itself. All right, then the goods sleeve, we have 1 goods sleeve, actually it's 2 lah. So the other one is named as service sleeve. All are 3 ton. Then passenger leave, we have 2. All right, so this is just some of the electrical power orders that we were highlighting. So you can see that our level 1, our height is approximately about 7.475 to about 8.175, because there's a gradually up. Later I will show you. All right, so not all the units are standard height for the level 1. Level 2 and 4 is 6.65 meter itself, and 5 and 9 is 5.95, and of course level 10 is 7.525. But if you will see the loading itself, our live load is 20 kilonewton, 15, 10, 12.5. Or this is definitely enough for big machinery to come in. And our electrical power ampere, you can see, is from 100 amp from 5th to 9th floor to 200 amp on our ground floor. But if your client, any of your client feels that your is not enough, do reach out to us. We still have spare ampere to give, but it's a first come first serve. Of course, we need to see how to provide or increase the ampere itself till that time. Okay, so whatever questions you have, or they need any more things or additional stuff, just reach out to us. All right, we are able to cater to your needs. Okay, so this is just a very quick driveway width. You can see that it's approximately about 11 to 12 meter for the first story. Okay, and the loading unloading area is about 12 meter depth. So second floor, we approximate about 9 meter driveway width. So definitely is enough for the 20-footer container to ram up. And of course, the loading unloading area in front of unit is approximately about 8.35 meter in terms of depth itself. And of course, our 5th to 10th floor, which is our 7.5 meter rigid frame, our driveway is about 7 meter. Okay, and the depth is about 6 meter itself. Now, refuse chute is a own self dedicated one. And of course, the KED, as I mentioned, is also your own dedicated one. You do not have to share. So this is just a schematic diagram to show you how it's actually going to be. So you can see on the first floor, the green color one is the canteen. So this is just to show you the sizes. The sizes actually range from approximately about 1,700 square feet onwards. All right, approximately average about that. Okay, so you can see that the those with the D1, if you see 0510 on top, these are the dual key one with the bracket DDD. These are the dual keys. Okay, later I'll show you with the floor plan itself. And for the 0411, 0311, and 0211, these are the dual key. So for the factory with mezzanine, you can see we have, as I mentioned, is 5 units from 0103 to 0109. Okay, the rest are typical units from the 5th to 9th floor. So this is a first story floor plan. So if you were to see where the access area, the entrance, and of course, then after that, you will ramp up. The units in front, all these are able to cater a 40-footer container. So your unit, you're able to load your container inside and you take your own time to unload your goods. All right, but of course, the lorry head got to go. You're only keeping the container. So all the units are able to accommodate 40-footer container. Of course, if you are on the top one, units itself, the 40-footer container cannot ram up, right? This is where we have the 240-footer container for your lorry from Malaysia to come in and unload the goods, and you take a cargo lift up. So this is the cargo lift just beside the 40-footer container. Okay, so there will be only one exit out. The other exit on the right-hand side, basically over here, is only for fire access engine. Okay, so let me just zoom inside. This will be the 5 units mezzanine, as I mentioned. Now, what we developer do, if you are a veteran in industrial, you should know. Usually the mezzanine staircase will be inside the unit, but developer make it so seamless that they place the staircase outside the unit, so that in the event you need additional storage to do your decking on your void area, you can flush it nicely. Okay, and the mezzanine is also outside the unit, just above your car porch area. All right, so you can see this 5 unit is super nice. All right, so this is a typical second floor on top, and you can see from 020109, these are the typical units. But I want to highlight on the 0211, which I talk about dual key. This has a dual key unit itself. All right, where you are able to cater to two clients. You are able to lease out to 2 clients. Okay, and most of the units over here are able to cater to 20-footer container. So you can see in terms of the dimension, right now for going out of the ramp is 12 meter, straight ramp is 7.5, and of course at the turning radius will be 12 meter again. So definitely no issue of 20-footer container doing their turnabout or their loading itself. Okay, so the 0211 is also a dual key unit itself. All the units come with a roller shutter and also this entrance as well on the side. Okay, so typical 3rd floor is the same, and 4th floor is the same. So 2nd to 4th floor will be able to access by 20-footer container. Now, if you were to go up to the 5th floor itself, this will be the typical unit of the 7.5 meter rigid frame. And you can see that the dual key have 2 shutter door, and of course they have 2 entrance for the 0512. So in the event if you don't need so big, you can cut half, you can use one half, and you can lease out the other half. Okay, so we have very limited units of dual key, approximately about 18 of them. All right, and of course the typical one, you are very hard for you to do a dual key. or to lease out subdivide. But all these typical one, you are able to create a cloud kitchen, as I mentioned earlier on, and you are able to cut into smaller to lease out to the all this F&B operator. All right, so 5th floor, 6th floor, all these are the same. All right, till the 7th floor. All right, they're all the same, and of course the 8th floor, 9th floor, and 10th floor. All right, the difference between 10th floor is the ceiling height. All right, it's higher. So usually who will get the 10th floor? Just to give you a bit of idea, coffee maker, and of course the ice cream maker, cold room, all this usually they will take the higher floor itself. Okay, so this is where they need air ventilation because they can't on the aircon. So higher for them basically will be more able to suction of very good ventilation itself. Okay, so this is just the floor plans, and of course some of the general questions, all this and that. If you are new or into this, we have a separate lift to cater for raw and cooked food. There's no restriction for any type of food to operate in this building. So as long as you're dealing with food, we welcome you to purchase, we welcome you to buy. There's no need for you to additional of applying of license. All right. This is a permanent food factory, so you don't need to every 3 years to go and renew your license as a food factory. All right. There are some that are temporarily food licensing. So that's where every 3 years they need to do a renewal of their license for that building, okay, or for that unit. Ours is permanent. All right, and the width of the driveway, as I mentioned just now, level 1 is about 11 to 12, level 2 is 9, level 10 is 7 meter itself. Because of we cater to the different types of container trucks and lorries onto different levels, and of course we have scissor sleeve provided on the loading bay platform. So we have 2 number of them to flush with the 40-footer container. Okay, and first story accessed by 40-footer containers, 2nd to 4th accessed by 20-footer container, and 5th to 10 is the 7.5 meter, as I mentioned to you, the rigid frame. So this is one, everything is there. So all these vehicles are able to park outside your unit. Okay. First story is the 40-footer, 2nd and 4th is the 20-footer, and 5th and 10 is the 7.5 rigid frame itself. So is there a height barrier? Yes, 1st to 4th floor will be 4.5 meter height limit. Okay, 5th to 10 will be 3.3. So your normal lorry with a fridge one, the refrigerator, the small one, class 3 one is able to go up as well. All right, so no issue. The parking system is by ERP. And it's accessible 24 hours because it's your own unit. All right, the ventilation is mechanical ventilation, and of course we are green and energy efficient feature that this eco flariness, all this is not available in our building, so we don't have all this eco-friendly and green and energy efficient feature. Okay, so disposable basically for beam point, first story, individual unit are small for the smaller waste. Right, so you can see that the dedicated waste disposal, 2nd to 10 story, you have your own small one, but if your big one is on the bottom. Reference tube is 500 mm by 500 mm, and we have floor trap drainage system all provided, so don't have to worry as well. Grease trap allocation in the unit also, so you just have to pull your own grease trap. Key exhaust start also provided, so you just have to pull your own key exhaust where your kitchen will be. Okay, adjoining able to knock. All right, so if you want one is not enough for you, 1,008, you need 3,006 or 6,000 plus, please come to us. The walls are able to knock down adjoining walls so that you're able to have a bigger area to purchase and a bigger area for you to use on your own. So as I mentioned again, we are using LPG gas. And level 1, we are selling with void area, which is the airspace. So you are able to do your decking out for storage. Level 2 to 10, there's no airspace. All right, so this is also one of the plus point. If you don't need the airspace itself, this development, we have units that don't have airspace for you to purchase. All right, the toilet is located, individual have their own toilet itself. And of course, the exterior, we have our wheelchair toilet as well, the handicap toilet, sorry. All right, for the public to use. And if the this one in terms of the mechanical ventilation fan, what is the cubic flow is to be confirmed. So definitely is able to install cold room. Okay. So waterproofing all done on the production area, be it the toilet, the bin room where you need to wash your floor, all has been done for all the necessary protection. So you don't have to incur additional more costs. All right, window all will be tinted glass, and in terms of the height of wall, floor to glass window is about 900 mm to about 1.1 meter. All right, so it's approximate about that. All right, so whether is there a height window at the mezzanine floor where you're able to slide open and see the production area? Yes. Or there's a window that's provided at the mezzanine unit for the 5 unit with the mezzanine. Okay. So dimension roller shutter is there as well, 4.5 by 4.5. On top will be slightly smaller, 3 to 4.5 by 3.6 height itself. Okay, so the first to 4 is 4.5 meter by 4.5. On top will be slightly different. Monthly maintenance we don't know yet, so there's no until then we will keep you updated. All right, now the most important, whether are you buying at the correct pricing. So recently there's one food factory that is very near us that fully sold. We call the food fat pricing. You can see that their transaction price is approximately 1,008 PSF to about 2,000 PSF. This is also a freehold development. As I mentioned, that one only about less than 50 units. And of course, if you were to ask me what will be our pricing, I can only give you an estimated. We are trying to get developer to probably go at a price of about 1,005 average PSF. So if the developer were to accept our proposal of 1,005, then it's really a good buy. All right, if you were to compare to Food Fat, which are selling at 1,008, the last was selling at 1,008, 2,000 for the new sale itself. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation. I hope I'm able to stir some interest in you to actually, if you have never owned one property of industrial food factory, to stir you to get into your portfolio. Second thing is, if you are already an operator, and you need a space to use, we really have good specs for you to use as well. So I thank you all for spending the time with me, for me to go through all this. And hopefully we will see you in our preview of a show flat. All right. So right now, probably I will hand it over to Guo Feng.
Thank you, Daniel, for your very informative sharing on Food Nex. If you have any further queries, please contact the ERA trusted advisor that invited you to this session. And with that, we are wrapping up our new launch showcase for today. I hope everyone has taken away something useful and insightful and found some direction for your real estate needs. We hope to see you soon at our show flats. Goodbye.